You're about to watch another episode of The Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? When you tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. We hope to see you there.
And welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. We're so pleased you could join us. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Throughout our time together, you will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of 7 unique digital items. If you love the show, you can show love. You'll see what I did there? When you buy Show Love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the show, showing you some love. And feel free to show love to any member of the team. Love how Uggo saves Lily? Show love. Or when Fahima roasts someone with a burning fire? Show love. You get the idea. It's those simple gestures that are so thoughtful and mean the most. Also, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage, the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, and choosing the higher of the two. Or for those of you that feel the players have had it too easy, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, well, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest. After all, life is pain. Or perhaps you'll want to be the wind at our adventurers' backs and allow them to draw from the Force of Good deck. And to add an even greater challenge to the adventure, you can purchase a Force of Evil card, which I see has already happened. Eagle Eye? Interesting. Now, when you buy one of these digital items, please specify which player at the table it is for, or guess what? Daddy Ereban, that's me, will make the choice for you. But that is not all. Please remember, it's on you. You can purchase an IOU, and each time you do, it will light a Force of Good candle. And when the goal of 20 candles is reached, a Force of Good card will be awarded to a random member of the team. If at the end of tonight's adventure there are candles still lit, they will carry over to the next show. Oh, and please disregard Milo's bowl. We had removed it, but Milo decided to be a little silly Billy and add it back at the last minute. Just leave it alone. Trust me, it's bad for the party. And for me, nothing more to be said about that. And you have the power to submit your idea for a Force of Good or a Force of Evil card, and we might use it on the show. So head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com to submit. You can upload your fan art there as well. And to those who have already submitted, I see you, and I thank you. And we have shirts! Yes, Dungeon Run show. Go! Holy mother of mackerels. Eagle Eye, why into the middle of my shirt presentation? Stop it! Ha! Whew. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to where I was. The Dungeon Run logo, up, top left. Middle, Rosy Treeks Pub and Tavern Hall. Meep Lives to the upper right. Oi, I Am Human, the Pirate Disguise shirt. And my personal favorite, Lord Ereband's Dungeon Run. We love you all, everybody, we really do, seriously. And Life is Pain, all fails for Jorl. Let the dice roll, look, it's wonderful. The whole crew is there in the middle. And respect to the candles and the Candle Queen. Did you see the natural 20 last week, huh? Respect the Candle Queen, that's true. Hi. All right, hold on. Let me just reorganize my brain. Here we go. Head to the dungeonrun.fandom.com to purchase. What? Did you didn't just do another one, did you? Good, fine. If you want to purchase your Dungeon Run shirts, I can't even think anymore. Dungeonrun.fandom. No, the dungeonrun.fandom.com. My brain is broken. Now, let's meet our brave souls. The cast of characters, if you will. Please welcome Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestock.
Hello!
Hi! Always such a pleasure. Ronald Ogden as Uggo.
Uggo, tired.
Uggo, don't be so. Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillos.
Thank you. Hello.
Always a pleasure, good sir. Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tiger.
I'm not gonna name names, but how dare you?
Oh, someone's in trouble. Jared K. Jack as Civ Red Thistle.
You know, if you want me to get rid of some of those t-shirts for you, I can talk to a guy for you.
Oh, I would, if you can get me one, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And finally, last but not least, and most important of all, the Dungeon Master, Mr. Jeff Kanata!
Hey, Ereband, how you doing, buddy?
I love you, Jeff!
I love you more.
My goodness. I got rid of my patch. My eye patch.
Well, that's okay.
It was bothering my eyes.
Your eyes are too beautiful to cover up, man.
Oh, every minute you get better. I love it. Now, as our journey continues, I, Lord Ereband, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of our admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run. After all, it's the best show ever created ever. Now, keep the comments coming, be ever vigilant, and let the dice roll!
All right! Yeah! Oh, I'm excited. The set feels so small now.
I know.
The model is
I
gone.
can see you easily at any angle.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome, new watchers live. I want to thank, really quick, I want to thank Lily Dumblestock fan for giving me new dice.
Yay.
How beautiful these dice are. Thank you.
You all have such beautiful dice.
Terribly. They roll terribly. All right, let's catch everybody up, shall we? It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has turned into a quest about the past, present, and future of Ain. When our adventurers found a relic of chaos magic called the Secret Keeper's Amulet, it didn't take them long to realize just how powerful it was. It allows them to communicate with you, the watchers of the time stream, and allows you to send them forces of good and evil to influence their fates. It also began a journey to uncover the lost history of Ain from a time before the Great War of Ideas, known as the Ariat Age. The amulet connected them to a group of heroes of that time who gave up their lives to become the Wardens, giant protectors who have stood guard over the realms for generations. But lately, those Wardens have gone missing. With the help of a group of wizards known as the Natural Order, Civ, Fahima, James, Uggo, and Lily have been tracking down and rescuing those Wardens. First, the Storm Warden, trapped in a floating castle in the sky, and then, most recently, the Inferno Warden, held captive at the bottom of the sea. To get there, our team had to persuade a band of pirates to give up their ship and trust a member of the Natural Order named Claudette to protect them with her magic as they sank it, plummeting it down to the ocean floor inside its broken hull. What they found there was a terrifying sight indeed. The Inferno Warden, held captive by a colossal tentacled kraken next to an enormous bubble under which piles of bodies were being attended by slaves. Undeterred, our team sallied forth, discovering that the slaves included Lily's own mother and sisters who had been kidnapped from the shores of Bingle, and that their oppressors were a group of hideous hybrid monsters under the command of one Yan Mo, a dragonborn warrior and self-styled leader of the deep. With courage and cunning, the team systematically took down each of the threats while raining damage on the Kraken. The amulet lent its power to the fight as well, even as James strangely refused its gifts. With the Kraken fielding a barrage of magic from Fahima, James, and Lily, and its oppressor, Yan Mo, suffering the combined assaults of Uggo and Civ, the gargantuan cephalopod finally dislodged from the Inferno Warden in an attempt to retreat and nurse its multiple severed tentacles. But the Warden, fueled by fire and rage, would not let it get away. In one massive action, it grabbed the center of the beast and ripped it in twain, leaving bits of its gooey innards floating and swirling in the rapidly boiling water. Then it reached down and dislodged the enormous bubble of air, lifting it and everything inside it up and through the briny deep. As the team rocketed through the water inside the dislodged bubble, they once again felt the amulet flash and pull them into the mind of a warden to live out a hidden memory of the past, the second time they've experienced such a vision. In this vision, they stood and watched as a grand library burned, its volumes going up in smoke, all lost to history. All save one, which was rescued from the fire by Uggo, inside the Inferno Warden himself, Nicholas Kiln. Then another flash, and the team was transported into another unlocked memory. This time, the team witnessed the birth of a child, the blue elf daughter of Fahima's champion, Neresis Blue, christened Osira. And that's where we left off last week. So, this week, we start still in the darkness. And I would like each of you to roll a Constitution check. You all have advantage.
Yay.
Civ, you have advantage from Dresden Dark.
Thank you, Dresden.
Fahima, you have advantage from Cunning Flex.
Thank you,
James,
Cunning
you have
Flex.
advantage from Fallstar.
Should I take it?
I believe you are well within your
Okay.
means at this point.
Thank you,
Saving
Falstar.
throw or abilities check?
What's that?
Saving throw or ability check?
Just a straight Constitution check.
Okay.
Uggo, your advantage is from the real Yo-Yan. And Lily, your advantage is from Ravenclaw 93.
Thanks, Ravenclaw 93.
Yeah.
11.
15.
15.
20.
Ooh, 13.
Okay, so Uggo, you are the first to open your eyes. You feel a harsh sunlight on your face. All of you, as you are sort of stirring into wakefulness, all of you except Fahima, feel dry, parched. Uggo, you lick your lips and you feel them cracked and chapped. It's difficult to open your eyes, staring up into the bright, cloudless blue sky. The sun hangs high, beating down on you. A gull crosses in front of it briefly, squawking. Salt air stings your nose, and you feel movement underneath you. And Uggo, you bring your gaze down to see bars. And as all of you sort of stir to wakefulness, you all seem to be in cages. Makeshift cages. Almost as if they've been built out of the component parts of other things. Upended braziers, iron posts, rusted weapons, all bent and glued together somehow with a thick film. It's like an adhesive paste of some kind attach these disparate elements. And each of the cages has an open top, so you sit on metal in these cages under the sun. And you look out through the bars, such as they are, and you see that you are floating on the ocean atop a vast island. An island that seems to be made up entirely of salvage from the sea. Mounds and mounds of discarded items stuck together. Wooden furniture and planks, doors and bed frames, metal objects like cannons and wagon wheels, large things like masts and keels and parts of ships, and smaller things like pots and pans and silverware. All of it identifiable, but jumbled together in a visual cacophony, protruding in and out of everywhere, it's like a mixed media art sculpture. Chests and barrels and candelabras and chairs and swords and twine and loose boards, things broken and barnacled, rusted and bent, but all of it stuck together with this translucent paste. Stuck together with purpose. There's a topography to all of it, a design, however inscrutable. Little rises and falls here and there, things that look like decoration, and then small mounds with holes that look like they could be huts. And that's when you notice creatures moving pretty far away from you. And you realize that this isn't just a pile of debris drifting on the surface of the water. It's a floating city. These are creatures even smaller than Lily. Their heads look like salamanders. And they wear clothes made out of discarded materials, ropes and pieces of sails patched together, silverware bent and into bracelets and hanging from necklaces. And one of them notices you stirring and goes running off and dives forward onto its belly like a penguin and skids and goes down into one of the holes.
And we're in separate cages, you said, or all in one?
Separate cages.
Missing our things.
No, you have your things.
How tall is the ceiling that is open?
Not super tall. If you stood up, it'd probably be over your head, but not by much.
I'll go.
Yeah, Jeff. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I'll go freaks out because it can't. Not in cages, no cage! Rages and begins to try to pry the bars apart.
Okay, do a strength check. You do have advantage from insane black.
Raged, so didn't need it.
Oh, okay, good.
Figured it was a good time to get very angry.
We'll see.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, so you put your hands on the bars and you go, and they start to budge a little bit,
Right.
but it's slow going. You're straining, vein on your head,
Right.
pulsing out.
I'll go. I'll go. Hey, I'll go.
Let me out of here!
I'll go. Eyes. Eyes. Hey. Breath in. Breath out. In.
Don't know which way's which.
In. Okay.
Climb out.
One time.
Okay.
Look up. It's open.
Ah!
Okay.
Is everyone all right?
Yeah.
Civ climbs out of his cage and stands out on the outside of it, looking at you guys in the cages.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't think they're slavers. They're too small. And the cage doesn't have a top. I think this is just where they put us when they found us.
Where is Margaret and your sisters? Are the Dumblesticks here?
You can roll perception. Try to look around.
Do I have advantage?
You do, actually. Advantage from generic guest.
Thank you, generic guest. It's a nat 19 for 21.
Yeah, you look and you see this activity in the distance, but you... Guys, I can hear you in my ear. It's driving me a little crazy. Gotta turn the mic off.
The voices?
Yes, voices in my head.
Very
Sorry,
good.
I wasn't gonna be able to last doing that. So, you look around as intently as possible. You see a flurry of activity, lots of movement, but you do not see the people you are looking for. I'll take that opportunity, that awkward moment that I just had, to do some business. We got some forces of good for all of you.
Great.
We have 2 forces of good for Civ, one from Rogue Rat and one from the Dark Hound.
Nice.
We have a force of good for Fatima from Mickey Wolf.
Thank you, Mickey Wolf.
Aw.
And we have a force of good for James from Mr. Whisper.
Thank you, Mr. Whisper.
Oh, look, James. Taking
Not
a
Whispers.
Force of good.
Mr. Whisper.
We have a force of good for Uggo from Fallstar and one for Lily from Calith.
Thank you,
Hey,
Falstar.
Caliph. Thank you.
Jeff.
And there is a force of evil for Fahima from Eagle Eye 12331.
Eagle Eye.
All right. So we'll go around and do that business.
Okay, so this is very fitting. Learn to lose. Viewer submitted. It's not how you fall, but how you get back up again. Keep this card nearby and place a tick mark every time you fail a check or miss an attack. This should be filled by the end of the session. Accumulate 10 ticks, and the next time you do, automatically succeed. So once I fail things 10 times, the next one I get a freebie. And then Whitebeard's Persuasion, also viewer submitted. You momentarily change in appearance to the fat-bellied Whitebeard in front of a target of your intimidation roll. If you can do a passable imitation of Whitebeard's voice, oh, I'm all over that. You can add up to +5 to your intimidation, depending on how good it is. Jeff gets to judge. Plus, we all miss Jeff's Whitebeard voice.
Well, I know you're going to use that later, but I kind of want to see a preview of the Whitebeard voice.
No way.
No, I got to wait.
It's effective.
All right. Well, I hope
We don't
you-
get to know your story before it shows up.
I hope
Come on.
I hope he intimidates something soon.
So my force of good is called the Blink of Advantage from Mickey Wolf. Viewer submitted. The next time anyone rolls a d20 and rolls less than 10, let me know. The watchers of the time stream stop time for everyone but the card holder. Roll a d20. If your roll is higher than 10, swap the dice. Time restarts with not even a blink having passed. As far as everyone else is concerned, that was the original roll.
Nice.
Nice.
My force of evil from, I'm sorry, I just want to get the name right. Eagle Eye 3221.
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
So she'll
What-
never
what?
forget it.
Wait.
Eagle Eye.
One,
Yeah.
One,
three,
two,
Why are
three.
you writing that in lipstick?
1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
On a
What?
mirror.
1, 3, 2, 2, 1.
1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say a
1,
number.
2, 3, 3, 2,
Like
1.
a.
It's a palindrome.
Yeah, palindrome.
Oh, 1, 3, okay. Viewer submitted. Lord Araban's Revenge. Civ stole some of Lord Araban's gold, so this is your fault.
Yes.
He was
And,
told he could.
and for this, you shall be punished. On your action, you feel compelled to grab some of your own gold and throw it at your enemies. Make it rain. Roll 2d20 and add them up and multiply by 5. You lose that much gold.
Good
Oh
lord.
my God.
Well, technically the gold will still be on the battlefield, so if we kill them, we could just
True.
bring the gold back up.
True.
Unless it magically disappears.
If there are enemies in sight, every 5 gold thrown turns into 1 point of healing for them.
I think that the fact that this card came out and there aren't any enemies in sight, you still have to do the gold thing now.
Oh,
Okay.
so she's just throwing money?
At the little dudes.
She can throw it, she's throwing it off the edge into the water.
What are you doing? Money is a construct.
She's got island fever.
Yeah, too much time.
Garbage island fever.
Money golem.
That was cocked. Okay, good news. One of them was a 1. The
Yay!
other one was a 10.
11.
So 11 gold.
55 gold.
That's a lot.
55 gold.
Gold.
Overboard.
Jeff, I am now
goes down.
expecting
Wow.
a gold piece golem.
Dang.
So you could
piece
literally
golem.
say that money is
love
a
it.
construct.
Money is
All right.
So you get 10 points of healing for your next enemy.
All right, I'll note that.
Yeesh. Mine is I'm fine. Viewer submitted. Move an additional 60 feet by way of a magical tentacle that grabs you and moves in any direction of your choice. You will have to sport a magical shower cap during this process. After your move, roll a DC 15 strength check to break the grapple or be unable to move on the following turn.
Feel the love. You said it was in Fallstar? Is that right?
Yes.
Everybody wave to the watchers of the time stream.
We don't know which camera.
Yeah, we don't know. at the start of the next episode,
Hope that was in the wide.
record on this card how many likes this episode got on YouTube. These likes are a currency that can be spent as follows.
Whoa.
1 to gain 1 gold. 10 to restore 1 hit point to any target. 100 to inflict 3 points of damage on any target. And 1,000 add +5 to any attack roll. Now I have a question.
Yes.
Because if this is 10,000 likes on YouTube,
Yes.
does that mean I have 10,000 currency to spend?
Yes.
Awesome.
So get to like in on
Get
YouTube.
to like.
So the way this is going to work is,
gold.
Clearly.
by the way, this is completely viewer submitted. This is
This
not
is great. It is viewer submitted.
It's currencies. You mix and match any of those.
Right.
And so viewers of the time stream, you have the ability to give currency. This will work for the next episode.
Amazing.
That's
Right.
incredible.
I just want to point out,
Gold.
guys, that if you get 10,000 likes, we get 10,000 gold, and that would be great. Or we could just do like 300 damage to something. Like, let's go
No,
find
but
that
that's only
dragon.
1,000 per.
Yeah.
So no.
100
No.
per, 100 per.
Oh, okay. 100 per.
100 per for 3 points.
Can I have
Katie,
some of that
that's
gold?
Okay.
Can I?
DLC, viewer submitted, which also stands for the Dungeon's Lost Chest. A chest that was hidden in a shadowy corner of the original simple dungeon you ran to start this adventure has finally tracked you down and presented itself to you. Roll a d4 and then roll a d20 that many times to see how much gold it contains.
Wow.
You might be getting your 50 gold back.
Not me, Lily.
Oh, I only rolled a 1. I know, I'm the biggest
Roll a 55.
disappointment.
55. Come
Wait,
on.
can I use my? Wait, I can use my card.
Oh,
What's your card?
The next time anyone rolls a d20 and rolls less than 10, I stop time.
No, she rolled a D4 and rolled a 1.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what'd you get?
I rolled
nice,
a 17.
17 gold.
Nice.
Yeah, so thanks, Ravenclaw 93. That's nice.
Very, very cool.
You got that. Keeping this out.
That's it.
So as she's throwing money into the sea, the amulet just starts spilling more money out.
It wasn't as much.
We're down 38 gold.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
So you stand there.
Take it out of the party gold?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't take it out of my personal?
No.
That's nice. Thanks,
You
guys.
grabbed it from Zip.
I'll put my.
You stand there under the hot sun. You just saw this. You just saw this thing sliding across the surface of this garbage. It's kind of like little. Looks like there's little grooves for that purpose, in fact. And
How many?
Civ climbed out.
Yeah. How many of those holes do we see? Because it slithered down into a hole, right?
Right.
How many holes do we see in the general area?
There's at least half a dozen of them over, and this is a very large
Island.
island. Yeah, and it goes. You can see activity. You're sort of at one end of it, it seems, and there's a lot in the distance there. Also, I should note we have so many people showing us love right now. Thank you, Hazimus, Half-Blood, Phoenix Fire, Over Easy, Fall Star, so many more. Thank you. We love seeing it. It feels like
Thank you.
applause, and I love that. Okay.
Okay, got it. So, and we're in the open air, you said.
You're in the open.
The sun's beating down on us.
Jeff, I'm just going to try to climb out.
Sure.
Same.
Roll a athletics check.
I'm no longer raging. Did not do so great.
You have advantage, Ugo, from Insane Black, and James, you have advantage from Dr. Mildly Off-Putting.
Thank you, Dr. Mildly
Got a
Off-Putting.
doctorate in mildly off-putting.
I rolled double
You know, I like him.
19s.
Off-putting.
You said strength check?
Yeah.
18.
Yeah, athletics. Yeah.
18. Oh, yeah, 18 for me.
Okay, so you managed to climb out. It's actually not that difficult. You find footing on this thing. It's actually kind of like an upended brazier in your case, and you put your foot on part of the metal and you climb up and you climb out over it. It doesn't seem too difficult. You all are sort of standing there. What was your roll?
23.
Yeah, you managed to get up and out of it as well. Ladies, you're still sort of standing
Can I
there.
try and
Oh.
like just wriggle through the bars?
Yeah. And it doesn't actually not that
35
difficult. You kind of just, yeah. It's not that difficult. You
Yeah.
get out and you're all sort of standing here and you're looking around and you're seeing,
Oh, I wanted to get out too.
go ahead, yes. James.
I'll conjure a ladder.
Conjure a ladder. I love it. That's even better. Yeah, you sort of just easily step over and step down on the other side, and all you find
I don't
yourselves.
need this. No one needs this.
I'll take it.
Okay. Oh, are you still on? Oh, here.
I'll take that. I'm going to try to put a ladder. Literally going to try to take this ladder around.
Okay.
I've got a nice ladder.
Ugo doesn't realize it's going to
you're taking
disappear
it with
soon.
you?
You gave me a ladder.
Okay.
I love ladders.
Okay.
It's a character thing.
Yeah.
You love ladders?
Yes.
Who
They're
knew?
very effective and simple technology.
So the ground is sort of uneven beneath you. It's again cobbled together of debris, scrap, salvage from the sea, all kinds of these strange things, but they're all sort of stuck together, and you're like moving on the water, standing there.
Is there any way to tell, because last time we were unconscious, having a vision from the Warden, it took a week. Is there any way to tell how long we've been out?
How long is James's beard?
Yeah. I don't think you would, unless you have a skill I'm not aware of, I don't think you'd be able to determine passage of days. It certainly doesn't, I mean, you were underneath the water. Right. You were not underneath the water, you're on top of the water. So some time has passed, but I don't think you would be able to determine it at this moment.
Are our wounds healed? Have we rested enough?
Yes, you have certainly experienced a long rest. You feel rejuvenated, although you definitely feel dehydrated and weary from just sort of being out and exposed here. Like I said, your lips are sort of chapped and parched.
You said everybody but Fahima for that part.
Yeah, you're not really baked by the sun. You're sort of, you know, heat damage doesn't really have much of an effect on you.
Can I go pop my head in the little hole?
Well, it's a little ways away. Like I said, they kind of pop down, and as you start making your way down there, you see another hole in the distance that seems to be sort of adjacent to the one that person went down, the thing went down. You see two creatures of the same time pop out.
Hello.
And they walk up. So what you see is these little, they're about the size of penguins, but they have salamander heads like axolotls. And one of them, there's two of them. One has what looks like a crown made of like the front of a shovel and maybe two spades on the back. And it's festooned with rings and just, it's all like somebody got a hot glue gun and made some art. And so that's how it all is. And and a big necklace with like forks and spoons and a magnifying glass, and it's all jingle jangling as it sort of waddles out. And it comes up to you and it goes, "Oh, Mamabi, you're away. I'm so glad to receive you."
Hello.
"Oh, Mamabi, they're away. Yeah, but they're away. Welcome. Oh, my goodness. We've been trying to see if you would come and be away. My goodness, welcome." They're very excited.
Thank you for having us. I'm Lily. This is Ugo.
Hi.
Hello, I'm James.
Nice to meet you, I'm Fahima.
Hubbo.
What was your name?
I'm Bibbleabu.
Bibbleabu?
And my name is Gorbabab.
Gorbamab. Bibbleabu and Gorbamab. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, but baby. Shipping name is not so good. But that's okay.
Okay, I'm gonna work on it.
Do you understand what they're saying?
Yeah. He said his name was, he said my pronunciation was not that good of his name.
Welcome to Yabababakubal. Dabasibidibiyabscribe.
The city
Thank
of
you.
scrap.
Well done. Excuse me, do you happen to know, I think we arrived here with a mother and her children. Do you know where they are?
Yabis. Oh, but Yabis. Come on with it, Abis. Please. Yabis, please. Dibis, baby. Come. Fabalabo. Fabalabo.
Okay.
And you start walking with them. They're so excited and they're kind of bouncing and they're jingle jangling with all these little accoutrements on them. Fabalabo. Keep it up. Please. Oh, my goodness. And then they'll dive and like slide a little ways and pop back up. And you're wandering through this strange location, and as you get farther into it, farther along, I said you wouldn't be able to guess.
Yep.
Farther into it and farther along, you see that you had clearly been on a very unoccupied area of this strange location, and you're moving now into a more centralized area, and as you progress that direction, activity is flourishing. There's so many of these little things, and they're all doing stuff. They're building things, they're taking things and putting them, and then you see one will stop and go, and then like this mucus will come out of its mouth, and it'll use it as adhesive and build a thing, and they're all like building stuff and putting stuff together and yanking the leg of a chair, wooden leg of a chair, and like putting this adhesive on it, sticking it onto a thing, and it is.
Oh God. Sorry, continue.
You roll a Constitution
James,
saving throw if you want to see if James is. I mean, by the way,
Not good.
you are moving.
Not
you are
great.
moving on the ocean as well, James.
Ooh, I don't
You know
wanna
how
look at
well
that.
historically that is.
These junk that are floating away from the island?
No. It is.
The glue is actually strong enough to where it holds it all together.
Yeah, you are on
Huh.
a chunk of
debris that has been all stitched together with this stuff to create a landmass.
Right.
And you're moving through it. They're little things. They're like, Lily feels tall. They're like 1.5 feet tall.
Wow.
And they all have little goofy little outfits on made of stuff. And they're like, one will climb up the back of another one to get higher and fix a thing, or they'll climb up a thing. And then you'll see one like go on its belly and slide over to another section. There's like this flurry of activity of things happening.
I'm sorry. I don't want to sound awkward or anything, but why were you keeping us in cages?
Oh, well, maybe. I'm so sorry. Should tell you the candles are lit. Let's do that real quick. We'll roll to see.
The candles have been lit.
Lit.
That's a 6, which is a reroll.
Reroll. You don't get it.
Reroll.
It's out of the box.
Reroll.
That's a 2. Goes to Fahima.
Fahima.
The Fahims.
Yay.
This is from the community.
Fahibi.
Oh, and we got one from Icon Z1, and it's a roll. He wants to determine based on a roll. It's a 3. Goes to James.
I'm sorry. What?
This is from Icon Z1.
Oh,
It
thanks, Icon
rolled
Z1.
And now you're taking on
Force of good.
I don't know what you mean.
What?
What did you get?
Tears of Araban, viewer submitted. The next time Milo's bowl is activated and you notice it, roll 1d12, you gain that amount of hit points. Multiply the number by 3, and that is how much healing Lord Araban gets.
He gets injured every time the bowl glows.
Yes.
So this is very kind of someone who wrote this, but you do have to notice it in order for it to work. So yeah, it might be tough. You may have to
I
enlist
know
the
where
help
my
of
glasses.
your friend.
Someone tell me, yeah.
This one is called Broadway Melody, viewer submitted. An overwhelming urge to break out in song takes over. Stop what you're doing for a moment and describe the moment in song. Everything around you, what you see, what you're doing.
Oh, gosh.
I'm thinking it's a Wednesday night and I'm thinking I feel foolish, and I'm singing alone. Yes, and nothing's happening.
Well done.
Yes.
I thought it would be James explaining a
Sounds
situation.
like a weird bonus track to Grand Hotel.
I don't know, I'm sorry. Do not read this next part aloud. For each team member that joins in song, you receive 50 gold. That did not happen. If no one else sings, we get 25
And here
gold.
was the thing I didn't think because I didn't want to step on your spot.
I mean, it's fine.
I talked right over you. I apologize.
That's all right.
I just thought it was going to be
Song?
James talking about the situation. Well done, though. My goodness. Thank you.
So 25 gold, please.
Got it.
Civ.
That came from the community as well.
Yes.
Community.
No, that
okay.
was Icon Z1. Yeah, right? Yeah, sorry.
Icon. Oh no, yes.
hers
Icon
was a
Z1
candle.
rolled. Yes.
Yes.
Pardon me.
As we're walking down, Elle goes like, Hamlet?
So, no, I'm sorry, you were saying, why were you keeping us in cages?
You were on fire. You were burning.
We were burning. We were on fire?
Yes. Oh, but my goodness. Yes, we be trying to keep you safe. We be trying to come and follow. I bring you to your friends.
Oh, thank you. Do you know, were we just flying on fire or?
Floating.
Floating on fire. Oh,
And
thank you
as
so much.
As you continue to walk along, you see that there's an entire operation at work in the sort of center area of this island. There is an open, like, pool where the salvage and the scrap is open to the water. And there are contraptions, things built up and around that open area. And all of these little creatures working it. There's one sitting in this kind of like makeshift crane thing with like a pulley and a crank, and they're moving it this way and that, and it's all built out.
Builders from Fraggle
Yeah,
Rock.
yeah, that's what I was
Doozers.
right at, man.
The Doozers,
Doozers.
yes.
So they're nothing is made from one thing. They're all cobbled together from all kinds of other stuff, and there's this crane that is it's got lamp posts and weird beams and things and pulleys and gears and bits of sail, and then like a candelabra hanging down, and they're dipping into the water and they're pulling scrap out of the water, and there's other creatures there like picking it up and wiping it off and moving it around and taking it places. It's like they're pulling stuff out of the water with this stuff, and the creatures just bring you by like it's totally normal, totally the thing that we do.
Are we near the deep reef? Where are we exactly?
We were ribbon to be almost shipping.
Yes. But do you know? So you found us. We were in the deep reef last we remember. Do you know? Are we near there? Do you know where that is?
Bingle nearby?
Yes. Are you familiar with Bingle?
I would know, but if the deep reef, if never zibby seven to me more. All the way crab shipping around as you came out.
Oh, it all went crashing around as we came out. It's
Big boom, big boom.
I'm getting.
How long we been here?
About a week, I be thinking.
how do we?
And you guys get to this area, and as you pass that section, still walking, waddling, they're sliding for moments. You're bringing it through. All these creatures kind of stop what they're doing and look at you and look at each other, and they go, "Oh my God!" You know, there's like this flurry of activity about these creatures in their area. And you go past another area that looks like almost like a garden, but it has these clams, and the clams, they're like pulling them open and being very careful as like fumes come out of these clams and looking in, pulling back, and there's these kelp and vines that are sort of growing there, and you see one of these little creatures with two daggers that looks like they have been stuck together, the pointy ends stuck together, overlapping, and then like the head of a broom stuck on that, and it's holding the two handles and like brushing the kelp and brushing the clams and stuff.
Did you write this part of the quest after your surgery when you're coming out of?
I was medicated.
Just making sure.
You're welcome.
He came up with this voice.
His voice, yeah.
Heavily medicated.
Love it.
Have a bubble, please.
Okay, so you come down through this area, and again, these holes, things popping out. It's just this, you're in this craziness. It happening all around you, and they're taking you in, and you guys are kind of strolling through it, agog. And as you get to another area of huts, the two little creatures, the one with the crown, he goes, "Here we are." And out of the hole, ducking her head, comes Margaret. And she sees you, and she immediately wells up, and she runs to you, and she goes, "Lily!"
Hi, Mom. So good to see you.
Oh, you have no idea. Oh, my.
And they
You're
look
okay.
fine. Yeah.
She looks more hale and healthy than the last time you saw her. She seems well fed. Your sisters come out of one of the holes as well, and they all come to you. There's this big hug, and the little creatures turn to each other, and they go, "Oh, well, maybe you
Thank you so much. How long have you guys been awake?
What do you mean awake? We never went to sleep. Oh, there's so much to tell.
It's been
I'm so
been a
happy.
week.
Why were we on
At
fire?
least.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. We were in the bubble, and that warden grabbed us and pulled us up, and then all of you just burst into flames. You combusted in front of all of us. It was horrible.
That must have been very terrifying. I'm sorry.
I couldn't bear to watch it.
Did I look any different when this happened?
You were all on fire.
I looked down. Is any of our stuff damaged or charred or burnt or nothing?
And then I could barely look at it, but then I couldn't turn away because you continued to burn. You all just were inside a cocoon of fire, burning the whole way up, and everything was churning around us. The coral was dislodged and broken, creatures pushed away by the broiling water. We went up inside the bubble, and when we hit the surface, the bubble popped. Okay. And the actual ground we were standing on seemed to fall away. I think the waves, that there were those barrels and that table, they were our salvation. The girls and I and Hugo,
we grabbed onto those things for dear life and we held on, sitting in the water. And the 5 of you, you were horizontal, sitting there, burning, the water bubbling and steaming around you. And we must have stayed there, floating on those barrels for 2 days.
Oh my goodness.
As you know, honey, we are blessed as beach gnomes to be able to talk to some creatures, and I asked some birds to get us some fish, which they were very gracious to do.
It's nice.
They brought it to us, and honey, the girls and I cooked that fish on you. You kept us alive. Your fire, the warmth, kept us alive, and I didn't know if I'd ever see you again, and then there you were, but trapped behind a wall of fire, so close and yet still so unreachable.
With the amount that you've been through over the last couple weeks, I'm so sorry. I mean, seems like what an undertaking.
We're very lucky.
She has 7 children, so that's an undertaking in itself.
Yeah, yes.
You were all delights. We were so lucky to have been saved by the Lotolites.
What? The Lotolites? Is that what these are?
Yes,
How did they find you? How did you find them?
Yes.
the Lotolites clean the seas. They find scrap, they bring it out, and they turn it into this.
They're junkers.
I suppose that's one way to explain it.
We be arborists. And quite proud of it.
Like goblins.
Right.
Do you have any, Margaret, do you have any idea where we are in the ocean?
Or what happened to the Warden?
Yes, did you see the Warden?
The Warden left.
How?
Saw him go. I made eye contact with him as he fell away after you were on fire.
Back into the ocean?
Like a candle receding into the water. He looked at me and I think I saw shame in his eyes. I don't know why. I don't know where he was going or what it was about, but he saved us. It's true. But then he left.
Maybe because he's supposed to be protecting the world.
Maybe. We're very lucky. The Lotolites have fed us and housed us and protected us. I didn't want to leave your side, but we didn't know if you'd ever wake up. They put you, because you were on fire, they put you in...
The cages.
Yeah.
Right. It makes sense.
And everyone's okay, though. I mean, we're okay now, and you're okay.
We've lost so much and so many, but I'm so happy to see you and glad you're all right.
And Dad's okay. I
He
saw
is.
him.
You
Yeah.
saw him.
Yeah. We
Oh,
went
my.
to Bingle.
Quite a lot has
Yeah.
happened.
I was bummed to show them it, it wasn't exactly in its best state.
Oh.
But
But we saw the crab.
It was one.
Carla was there.
Carla.
Yeah.
She's okay. I
She
was so
wasn't
worried.
for a while, but then she snapped out of it.
And Grammy?
She's okay. Her leg was not great,
I saw.
but she seemed
saw
to
that.
be okay.
I know she has a new one.
Yeah.
Do you know where we're floating or what direction we're heading?
I've been trying to figure that out by looking at the stars, but
Do the Lotolites have any way of moving this
Propulsion.
mound?
Yes.
Or does it just float along?
We be Trouble bubble, baby. Several and dibby dibby dibby.
That's a no.
We be dribbif. We be gobble wherever we be gobble. The way we taby cups.
Got it.
What happens when you hit land?
Never happened to me before.
Oh.
Does can I roll a nature check to know like where the currents might go on this kind of thing? Like
Sure.
what direction they might be taking us?
Yeah.
The guy.
You do have
James is a nerd.
advantage.
Let's use this a little bit, shall we?
You do have advantage from Queso Gato, but it has been countered by Cuban Boy.
Aha.
Can I use survival to determine wind direction and speed?
Sure.
It's a nat one,
Okay.
so I do not know.
Yeah. Okay, you have advantage from Kurnosabi,
Kurnosabi.
I believe.
I'm gonna take out one of my glass bottles, and you said one of them has a crown on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand it over to him. It's not much, but it's a start.
It's a empty glass bottle?
In repaying you.
Oh,
20 is the survival roll.
Yeah, so you know, test the air, and it seems to be a pretty calm day at the moment. You get a sense that there's a general east-west breeze, but it doesn't seem like enough to move this massive thing, you know?
Can we see where the? Sorry, go ahead.
I also have something for you, taking a note from you, and I'll pull out a harpy feather.
Oh, but maybe. Birds. Bird?
Magical bird.
Magical.
Large.
yeah, but let me see me. Oh, yeah, miss.
And he puts it in his little crown.
Very dashing.
Yeah. I take out the ladder that I just got from.
No, but
You're gonna have a ladder.
No. Actually, no. This is it's a short-lasting ladder. It only lasts for a little while.
Well, now I don't have a gift.
We have doubles.
Can we see where the edge of the island is from where we're at, or does it go so far to where we can't even see where it stops?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of there's rises and falls. There's like little huts. It's a city. I mean, there's sculptures that look like they're there just to be art. And it's all cobbled together by all this wacky stuff. I mean, you're like walking around inside a mixed media art sculpture. So it's kind of hard to get your bearings, but it looks like a fairly large.
Can I go over to
piece of
one of
land.
the bigger sculptures or towers or whatever and climb up it so I can look around? Essentially, like when we were on the pirate ship, I would look around to see what all I can see.
Absolutely. So as you kind of wander over to one of the larger structures, as it were, there are a lot of lights that peek their head up and kind of scatter as you come up. They're nervous.
Pardon me. One moment. I'm just going to go up.
You climb up to the top. Roll perception. You have advantage from Half-Blood Phoenix Fire.
Thank you, Half-Blood. 19 with my new +5 is a 24.
Wow. So you peer out.
Level 6.
Do a scan, and you see this very large landmass with all kinds of crazy stuff. There are little creatures all over the place. They're sliding and skimming. I mean, it's a lot like March of the Penguins, you know? It's like they're having fun and building things, and there's camaraderie, and you look out across the horizon line, you see blue, 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 blue. There's no land in sight in 360 degrees.
But can I see approximately how big the floating island is?
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly large. I mean, it's hundreds of feet. It is.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like football fields.
Oh, easily. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this is a. I don't want to say it's a continent. It's a very large landmass. It's a city.
And do I see if there's bits and pieces of it floating away, or is it all really stuck together?
All really stuck together. One big, but there's moving. There's holes in it. There's parts where like a plank will connect to that are not very well connected. You kind of would have to walk over open water. There's, it's made of junk. Right. So there's not really any clean lines of anything. There's not, there's places where it's very dense, and then there's places where it's more sporadic and it's got open holes to the water.
Okay.
Anything look familiar, Sev?
No, this island is huge, and I don't see any land in sight. I would like to walk around if the rest of you think you will be okay.
I think so. Excuse me.
Yeah, miss.
I'm so sorry. I was so excited when I met you. I forgot your name.
Beebaloob.
Beebaloob?
That's right. Beebaloob.
Oh, Beebaloob.
Is Beebaloob the one with the crown?
Yeah.
Beebaloob, do you have any boats?
Bobots?
Huh?
We have pirates of lobbits of a bobots.
Do you
Bibbits and BB
You think you could build a boat?
Beeble? I'm a flower derby. Well, I be some foes. We be flubbered all of the time.
Beebaloob, chieftain?
Yes. Well, we be all co-wobble rubber baby. Yeah, but I know. But I'm kidding. He be thieving, he was kidding. He's not kidding.
Bibalabaloo?
Beebaloo.
Beebaloo.
Abin Gobber Babbit. Don't forget it, Gobber Babbit.
Gorba Babbit?
Sir, do you have a library or something on the ship that maybe I could pass my time in?
Wabbit, Ibis Dibis Wabbit. Library.
Books, collections,
Books. Oh! And he points, and there's like part of a structure that like has books all stuck on the side. The covers of books are built into the side of things, and you know.
That's a shame.
So they're not. We can't read those then.
They seem to have been used for, other things.
As a brick.
Beebaloo, are there any other people here other than us or my family?
Huel is I think he's on down that direction.
And you guys peer over, and you see that the guy is sort of sitting, lounging with his, eyes closed.
I mean, he had a long,
He's back in vacation.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Beebaloo,
He's got a bald head, sunburn. He's just laying out.
Can I pull out a glass vial. Will you spit in that? And I will give you these. And I pull out 2 scimitars.
Oh.
One for thank you for keeping us safe, and the other for spit.
Abi, spirit?
So
Yeah.
maybe we can study it.
Oh.
Yes,
Double
study.
cabin Trabastabin.
What are you gonna
yes,
do with it?
you can trust them.
Abu cabin.
Wait, Uggo, what are you gonna do with it if you're not going to study it?
Hold on.
or something.
Oh. He goes into the bottle. And it's just like sort of translucent mucus that goes into the bottle.
That's
Cap
Amazing.
that and go, does this stay sticky till I use, or it will solidify?
Wait a minute, you cabin? Together.
Yes, I did not understand anything he said.
He said you can put it on anything and you can keep it together.
That was what I was hoping.
Yeah.
But we were, I'm sorry, we were talking about pieces of boats.
Babysitters?
Is it?
I'll
Yeah,
do
that's-
a quick cursory around and see if I can't find us something.
Would you mind? Yes. We do need to get back to the mainland or to Bingle. For us to arrange some sort of a passage.
I've been talking to them about the very same thing, and I'm worried that we're far enough out that getting into a small boat might not be the safest thing.
Yeah, it feels like that.
Yeah.
We should
No
do that
wind.
thing that Claudette could do and just open a portal.
That'd be nice.
Wait, earring.
I'm
have earring?
while they're having this conversation, I'm just gonna kind of sneak away.
Last we heard.
And I'm gonna start doing essentially a walkabout around the island.
Okay.
Not only trying to find, boats or flotation devices, but anything of value. Anything they might have stuck
Right.
onto something that would be especially a value to us that they might not care about.
Well, I mean, you see tons of stuff.
Right.
It is like walking through a junkyard.
Right.
It is anything you can imagine that has gone down with a ship is here on display, and tons of it. Anything that you could see someone dumping into the ocean. I mean, there's just all kinds of crazy stuff, but most of it, again, has been repurposed
If I take
into
out a-
architecture.
If I take out a dagger, can I carve something that's like, let's say these two things were stuck together with the saliva. Could I take my dagger and wedge it in between the two and carve it down and try to pop off one of the cups?
I also have a.
You could. I mean, you're saying that in theory, or that's what you would like to do.
I would like to test that theory.
Right.
Yes.
So you kind of. Are you going to do that in
Sneaky,
full view?
sneaky,
Yeah,
sneaky. Walk around, find something that I think is valuable, cut.
Okay, so let's do a sneaky, and then we'll do cut. You have advantage from the brush of tea.
Beautiful, thank you, brush of tea.
Jeff?
Yeah.
I'm just going to take that bottle of sticky spit.
Yep.
And take that arm blade that I got from the Shark Man
Yeah.
and attach it to the opposite end of the maul.
the tooth sword.
So yeah, the tooth sword that you harvested from the Shark Man, you're going to adhesive.
Well, I'm assuming it's also a strap, right?
Yes, exactly.
So I'll use the straps to strap it around the end of the maul, but then
Love
also
this.
the paste of, I'm assuming it's a stickiness paste of some
Yep.
sort,
Mhm.
to apply that to the maul.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So it basically works like super glue. So you've got this big maul head, which already has been augmented when you went to Jorl with this swirling magical metal. And now on the end of it, it also has a giant shark tooth that has now been stuck on. So you've got this maul that you also, tricked out at Orcish things in Turles. With the hilt is all, it's got a feather and a big fang on the bottom and a sort of spiky looking thing. And then the top is this swirling mass of cool metal that's always moving. And then it's got a shark tooth, I guess, on the back, you said?
Yeah, on the opposite end.
Oh, on the opposite
Yeah,
end.
yeah.
On the
So
pommel.
he can stick people with it.
I mean, come on.
Well done, Argo. Well done.
Until we fight a rust monster and it all gets
Shut up, Jared.
Shut up. People Loop,
Yeah, but
do you have a cup
avocado?
or anything like that?
Keep it dreaming.
I have a cup.
Yeah, but
Okay.
Rabbit.
Just something to put some water in and
And
clean water?
He picks up like a gauntlet.
Oh.
A gauntlet that has like a door hinge on the bottom that's all been fashioned. Nothing is what it is. Everything is built out of other things. So he hands you this.
Water?
And they, the one goes,
Thank you.
and it comes back, and it brings you, it's got a helmet. Water.
I'll just take that, actually. That's perfect.
Is it fresh water or is it salt water?
It's fresh water.
And then I'm going to walk over to Huel, who looks very sunburned.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Oh,
You should drink some of this.
you're awake?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
well,
Lily.
I'm Huel.
That's my mom, Margaret.
I know.
You should drink some of this.
Oh,
You're laying out in the sun. It's real bright. It's going to dehydrate you.
thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Glad you're awake.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Well, not great. My wife, Fernie, she didn't make it.
I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
But you helped save the warden.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for the water.
Yeah.
What can I
Is
do
there-
for you?
Anything that you may know or you saw down there that may be of interest to our party?
Oh, we saw quite a lot of bodies, quite a lot of body parts.
Okay.
I think your mother, she listened in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she knows more than I tried to keep my head down. I saw what they did to Fernie, and it wasn't pleasant.
Yeah. Okay, well, you continue relaxing. It was nice chatting with you.
I'm so glad you're okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we are too. I'm glad you're okay.
I'm gonna take a moment, concentrate, and cast Sending to Claudiette.
Okay. Before you do that, Fahima, you have a Force of Evil. This is
Trying to stop me.
from Queso Gato. Queso Gato.
Wow.
Force of Evil.
Wow.
Wow, cheese cat. Wow.
Wow.
I believe that is cat cheese.
Yes. Cheese cat.
So
FYI, I got
gotcha.
a nat 20 on my
Awesome.
sneaky.
Sneaky.
Well
Okay,
done.
we'll turn back in time a second.
Civ all of a sudden looks like a lot of light.
This is called Pineapple, viewer submitted. Force of Evil from Queso Gato. Force of Evil from Queso Gato. Chef randomly says pineapple. You spend your next turn frozen in place, lost in thought, trying to work out what he could possibly be saying pineapple for.
Pineapple time.
Maybe he wants to hurt Lily. Maybe it was Lord Arban. Maybe it was the real Jeff trying to talk through Mirror Jeff. He probably just remembered he forgot to buy one. So I will lose my first next turn in battle.
Love it. I mean, I don't love it, but it's a very clever card.
Do you?
I think it was just remembering when you bought me a pineapple.
Yeah.
Time to punch you in the face and start initiative. Your turn now.
Okay. Sending Claudia.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You rolled a 20 on your stealth roll, so you blended in. The lot of lights don't even notice you, and you're kind of standing behind one of these large monstrosities, these crazy art pieces, and you see, yes, there's actually even 2 cups right there, and you stick your knife in, and it's this sort of translucent. It looks like dried super glue. You know? And you put your knife on it, and you try to pry it, and there are parts of this cup that are quite well stuck. You know, the adhesive is thick, and it would take a long time to get it off. Sure. There are other things that you can sort of pry off and pop off little, depending on how artfully or subtle they're trying to create the effect. There are things where it'll be like a fork that's sticking up and out, or a bit of a necklace that's hanging off.
So more contact space means more glue, which means harder to get off.
Correct.
Okay, then I'm changing my approach. I am looking for anything that would have gems or gold or something of value that I could cut or pry off of something. So if let's say this cup had a gem, or it was made of gold and part of it was attached but the other part wasn't, and I could break the end off and take the gold piece or pop out the gem, that's what I'm looking for now.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably find a fair amount of that kind of thing, but it's all stuff that's been fished out of the ocean, so it's all tarnished and
no pirate treasure that's been.
You don't see that kind of thing. It is not an aesthetic built around shininess or the traditional things that you would consider to be valuable. Gold and jewels are considered valuable because they have an aesthetic that is shiny and appealing. The aesthetic here seems to be in the construction, in the marriage of disparate elements. And so what they've gone for, the overriding aesthetic choice seems to be taking things and building them in ways that are unusual. So they haven't prioritized things that are beautiful. They haven't prioritized things that are shiny. So those things, you would be able to find, stuff here and there, but I don't think, it doesn't seem like a bevy of riches in front of you. It seems like a garbage, a dump. You're at the dump.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, in that case, if they're going for items that could be gluable, that would be flotation items, can I find some things that would aid us if we wanted to make a raft? So floatable things, something that maybe is glued to a wall that I could break off, and I know this would float well.
Well, as you're sort of wandering through the
junkyard.
The junkyard, that's a great word for it. You're having had the experience now of seeing how well glued a lot of this stuff is. You're kind of make your way back to that center area where it looks like new materials are being brought up, and so freshly fished out
would be
items
much easier.
Much easier, yeah. So you can roll, if you want to roll a perception check on that stuff. You do have advantage from Quizarian 777.
Sweet, thanks, Quizarian. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay, so as you stand there and you watch them, they pull out, like a piece of a ship.
Oh, let me help.
No, I mean, you're kind of standing back and you're watching all this, right? Because you're still stealthed?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're pulling out little pieces of planks and wood, and there's like some coral thing that they look and then they throw back, and they're just looking at stuff that is garbage. Like a piece of a masthead, like there's furniture, there's all kinds of weird stuff. And then you see something that looks, with your 20 roll, very familiar. It is a plank, a broken piece of board that has a symbol on it that looks familiar to you.
Oh, okay.
So you see a golden sort of a shape that you recall as being part of the glyph that Claudiette placed on the bottom of the ship. Which brings us to James.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm casting Sending.
Okay.
25 words. Are you all right? We freed the Warden, but now we're on some island of scrap. Can you portal to us? Please reply.
Nothing happens.
A word?
Nothing.
Perhaps I should try the earring?
Yeah.
The earring is only to Torvald, yes?
Yes, but I mean,
Last we heard, they were captured. Yes, I'm not saying you shouldn't try it, but
I don't think it'll work.
what about your father? There are boats at Bingle, yes? There are.
Yes, but we don't know where we are.
Jeff, sorry, well, they're, I'm looking around and do any of these creatures seem like they care too much about what we're doing?
No. I mean, as you guys have sort of had your conversation with your mother, and the two that brought you there are giving you space and being respectful. And
So they're
yeah, there's a hubbub and a murmur about the fact that these things that have been on their, in their city for a while are now up and moving around.
But nobody I see that's like,
Yeah, nobody's being shady or shifty that you can see from here.
And
Sith.
and no one, and I'm including Margaret in this conversation as well. This island is not known to the people of Bingle. This is not something that people are familiar with. They might have an idea about. I mean, a lot of travelers and merchants and others come in and out of Bingle. Is that something that someone might have some idea of?
We've heard about the water lights before, but
Okay, that's something.
I've never seen one. Have you?
No.
Yeah.
Have
so glad.
Have I learned about these creatures?
Roll a history check.
Okay.
You do have advantage from Cunning Flex.
Cool. Thank you, Cunning Flex.
Are there any other pieces of the ship that are coming up? You know how the whole ship we essentially trashed to get down to the bottom?
Yeah.
Is there anything else that they've brought on besides just this?
Yeah, roll a perception check. What is your
27.
27? Oh my goodness.
Six.
Yeah, you
History is kind of my thing.
you recall very, very well that you've heard tales of these little creatures, these little workers of the sea. You've actually seen drawings of them too, and you're surprised to see how close the drawings were to what they actually are. They're little salamander heads, and they have bare bellies that they run and slide around on. You have been aware that they mate for life, and they are they're kind of called the workers of the sea. They're very committed to. They get joy out of hard work and constant. Their culture, the structure of their society is very much about constant effort, constant work, constant doing things, building these structures. It's very much the Doozers from Fraggle Rock, very much that. Yeah.
Well, listen, I could start with Eric, with your father, back in Bingle, and then after I take a short rest, I can send out 2 more messages. We could try to find Captain Blowhard. I can't believe I'm saying that. Anyone else that might be able to help us.
With advantage or without?
You have advantage, yes, from Hasimus.
21.
Okay, so you as you stand there, you look and you see there are sort of piles of things that look like they have been recently removed from the sea that haven't been organized, however they organize them, or hauled away or taken to other purpose. And you definitely see part of what looks like a mermaid masthead. And there are lots of planks and pieces of wood, and you definitely spy 2 more things that have similar markings on them on the side of the.
Yeah, Sid, doing good work.
I'm gonna immediately go back to the group. Any luck?
No, not yet.
And I hold these up.
They're large. I mean, it's fairly large. Yeah.
What is that?
It's the sign of the natural order. It's the glyph.
So
Wait,
there's might be
the one she
pieces.
made for
Correct.
Can we put it back together and use
That's what I'm hoping for. We're all going to have to put in and spend as much time as we can to try to collect all of these pieces.
Can I roll an Arcana check? Is that... will that work? Will that glyph work that way?
Well, let's roll an Arcana check, shall we?
I'm going to assist him in finding other parts of the glyph.
I'm also
Yeah,
going
well,
to...
we have advantage from Noob 7 for James.
Okay, thank
on this
you.
Arcana
Thank
check.
you, noob.
And so you guys are in an area, and he had left and gone over and looked at this
And he came back.
process.
right?
Yeah. And so you're gonna, you're standing, you're still standing with him.
That's an awesome.
Hey, awesome.
Thank you, noob 7.
You've never seen anyone attempt to reassemble a glyph,
Yes.
but you think it could work.
Okay. I have a way to possibly help. I'm gonna start ritual casting Detect Magic.
Great.
Beebaloob? Is that...
Beebaloo?
Right.
Beebaloo?
I'm having a hard time. I'm having a hard time understanding them. Would you mind asking them to help us find these?
Beebaloo?
Yes.
Do you see the symbol that my friend Siv is holding?
Planks.
We have, it's...
Scrap it.
It belongs
Our
to
special be able to be.
We need about 3 more. We need to complete the whole circle. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And
I'm gonna do that.
I think it's in the piles. Could you help us find it?
Sure. We be happy to help.
That would be amazing since you're better at it than we are.
Bibble, if a bubby maybe. Yes, Garber Babib. Weeby, Wubbid Libby, Dub Carb, Dibble Libby, Ibn Vibe, Yubu, Tubin Nibby, Drib. Yabis, Weebies aber Sobo Plebes, Yubu aber Wubble Wabby, Tubin Nibby, Wibble Yubu Bibi aber Gabists, Abbott, Nibby Dribift.
At Night Drift?
Night drift? Is that like a club or something?
It's
Night drift.
Come experience the night drift.
Open nightly from 10 to 2.
Shelter.
It's high tide at night drift.
I mean, it sounds
Tonight, one night only, the Funky Librarian, Night Drift.
TG there,
it sounds like a place that Sid
playing
would
tonight.
Yeah.
Night drift.
Margaret steps in.
I'm sorry. I'm ritual casting Detect Magic.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
I'm not hearing any of this.
He did the same for us. It's a very lovely event. They get together and they celebrate the serendipity of the sea. We had a lovely time. I was quite scared, and we shared food and drink with them and calmed down quite a bit.
What do they eat?
Well, you're not gonna like it.
You don't
Oh, I know. I know what they eat.
I might like
You don't know what goes
What do
taste.
they eat?
I mean, they eat seafood. They eat raw seafood. And they create a. I mean, I don't think you've ever heard of night drift, even though you rolled so high. It's a very
Still a niche thing.
insular.
They keep it pretty.
You're not. Yeah.
Go to night drift.
Only certain ones are
secret-
invited.
It's a lot of like
Entrance.
speakeasy. Yeah.
See?
Yeah, this is a very insular thing. It's not something that outsiders get invited to. So it's not something that we would have read about. And it is maybe particular to this community.
The raw seafood is not part of the general knowledge.
Well, I would think you definitely know that they eat raw seafood. They eat this kelp, and there's some writing about substances that they make from these very dangerous clams, these very poisonous clam meat that
Substances?
Yeah.
What do you mean? I'm still in nightclub mode, so what's up with these?
It is a very dangerous clam that most people don't eat, but supposedly the Lodolites eat it. It's a clam that is very poisonous. Yeah, like an urchin. Yeah.
Like
They eat raw
poison
seafood,
blowfish.
so
Yeah.
that's actually my favorite. So
Yeah.
if you need anything cooked, just put it on my plate first. And
Well,
I can,
been
How
invited.
ironic that
I don't
you
think-
like raw food.
I don't think the people enjoy my
lot of lights. There's a force of evil from Dream Blaze for me.
Oh.
Yes. And then a force of good for Lily from Bags of Flutes.
Oh, bags of flutes. We got so much in common.
Bags and bags.
I got bags of flutes too. Okay.
I knew.
One bored little mouse. Viewer submitted.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Whispers is finally let out of his holding home. You catch a glimpse inside and see he has made sock puppets of each member of the party, including Meep. He sees and is embarrassed, so gives you a flawed gem he had stolen from Civ. While it's not worth any value, it does give you +3 to use on any roll you would.
That is.
Mr. Whispers made sock puppets of everyone. They're not gonna talk to me, so I'll talk to myself.
A whole week he's been sitting there like,
What do you mean? Every time we turn around, he's coming out of his thing. He's on a fish line.
Yeah.
He's getting carried
Yeah,
around.
We never
Yeah.
actually interact with
And
him.
we've been passed out and on fire for a week. I
that's
mean,
right.
People who we would be honored to come to the Night Drift. That sounds very nice. Thank
So, sorry, I have to read mine.
Yeah, force of evil.
This is a viewer-submitted DM card. It says, "Hey there, old roomie. It's me, Lord Araban, you know, your old college roommate. Remember that time you said you were bringing a friend to the dorm for dinner after class, and I was like, cool, and then you got upset when I tried to eat their brain? Really more your fault, but we can laugh about it now. Wait, was it a monster's turn? Oops, skip it." So this is, we skip a monster's turn next line.
Hey, we're tat-a-tat
That's
with
big,
these.
actually. Can we assume?
That was, the evil was, I'm told the evil was for Claudette. It was for no response from Claudette. We did get a lot of showing love. Life is Pain,
Wonderful.
Armel, The Dark Hound, Snake Master 89. I'm loving seeing this.
Snake
Thank you, guys.
Master.
Thank you. It was good.
Does my ritual magic pop? Detect magic?
Yes, I mean, it is 30-foot range.
30 foot, and yeah, for 10 minutes.
Yeah,
so
and as
I'm
you sort
going
of
to-
walk closer
yeah.
to where Civ had indicated,
Yeah, I'll
you
follow
definitely,
Civ back to where that was.
I mean, you're getting a pop from the
Good, okay.
the, things that he's got.
So each piece is giving off a glow. of
Yeah.
Some, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And you get over there, and there are mounds of little bits of debris, and the operation is in full effect. I mean, there's this crane happening. There's a sort of a cannon-looking thing where something is being propelled out of it that looks like a clump of candelabras all stuck together, and then lands and sort of like skims the top of the ocean.
Claw,
and they-
essentially. That's
Yeah.
a claw to...
Yeah,
Claw tool.
and there's another one that's sort of like goes down deeper into the water and pulls things up, and they've got kelp and seaweed on them, and they drop down, and the little creatures are like pulling the kelp and seaweed and throwing it back in the water, and cleaning things off and putting them in piles, and this is what they do. This is what they do all day.
I'm going to be looking at everything, looking for any signs of magical items, because they don't seem to take a lot of care with things they find. I mean,
Right.
having seen what they did to books, so I'm curious if I'm seeing anything like.
Well, it's
in a
care in a
wall
different
or-
way, right?
Yeah,
they
sure.
care intensely about it, just
Sure.
not in its traditional use case.
Right. So I'm wondering if like literally they've got like a magical artifact like holding up a
3 more amulets.
yeah, seriously.
Glued onto
There's
the side of
3
the wall.
amulets.
No, you
We all
definitely
our
don't
own.
get a surge that powerful, but you do feel a ping under one of the sort of mounds of things. There's like a half of a bench and some metal that looks like the side that used to attach a boat to another parts of the boat together. There are things covering it, rope tied.
I'll go. Can you help us? Just,
What do you want?
start lifting and like trying to find underneath.
Oh,
And so yeah,
yeah.
searching through.
We're
We're looking for other pieces of this puzzle. Thank
And
you.
there are, these little creatures. They pop up all around. They're popping up and lifting things up. This,
Yes.
and they hand it to you. It's a plank with nothing on it.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, we're looking for the. You see this pattern, this
James,
gold.
do you know what we're looking for?
I mean,
because
it's-
that's just a blank.
No, you're right. I'm sorry. No,
want
we're showing them
these.
this. More of that.
The gold writing.
Bubbles!
Yes.
Gabbits! And they go, and they picks up a sword with like some gold inlay on it.
Okay.
Yes, I'll take that.
Yes,
But we also need.
Civ!
No. No, we're specifically looking for. I can detect the magic in this item.
Magic?
Yes, this piece of wooden planks that has the.
Magic!
Okay, hey, why don't we do this? Mom, everyone, let's all look.
Yes.
We'll
Yes.
help you, you can help us.
Thank you.
Anything with gold, you bring and we'll check it. Okay?
Great.
It's like a game.
Use
Damn
it
it.
for years, huh?
We love of games.
Whoever gets the most gold at the end gets to,
Get some.
I don't know, is there something we can do at Night Drift?
We be cabin seebing.
Okay? Whoever finds the most gold gets to sing at Night Drift.
Okay.
Okay.
Or choose who they want to sing.
Okay.
Nice. All right. Yeah, so I'm literally, if I'm getting a ping at the bottom of a pile, I'm going to be like trying to show them, like, no,
Yeah,
like this.
They're
Yes.
kind of like, they're coming and bringing you all kinds of weird stuff.
No,
you know,
not
like
that, yes.
yeah, and it is.
That's more
not
burnished
useful.
yellow, really.
Yeah,
more
exactly.
gold.
You know, like there's the pieces of a upholstery that kind of looks, you know, it's got like one of those gold tassel things. And they're
Very
showing it to
fashionable.
you.
No, that's
there's
not
like a
good. Thank you,
doorknob. You know, it's like there.
No,
you know,
no, but
it's-
lovely. No, no.
You know, it's that is happening constantly throughout this process.
Mom,
They're just
maybe you could help
trying
us.
to be as helpful as they possibly
I
can.
know, and I
We split
truly
up.
appreciate it.
We all split up and look at the same time.
Sure.
And
Everybody roll investigation checks.
maybe will help me.
Jeff, I'm going to use this opportunity to actually ask Bleeba Bloob if there's something that he needs a very large, strong person to do.
Okay.
Work that they wouldn't normally be able to do because they're so small.
You saved us, and I feel like I owe you something.
Oh,
So I want to use what I am good at to help. But this is a lot, and I don't know how to help.
Rebel. That so nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
He's like looking up at you. You know, he's this little
Yeah,
1.5
right,
foot
right.
tall thing, and you know, one like walks up to your leg, and then another one walks up and gets on its back, and then another one walks up on its back, and then finally the one, you know, Dibbler
Right.
who's got the crown on, he walks, and now he's like almost like eye
to
level
be
with
eye to
you.
eye.
Yeah, but there's like 4 of them, you know, 5, however many are stacked
Yeah.
up.
I'll get with my trench coat.
And he's like, Yubu, I'm a rabbin, I'm a babbin. David Gibu.
You're welcome.
We be cabin Yubu's ever help.
Yeah.
Libis dibbing, Bibble dibbing.
Yeah.
Cabin Yubu, weaving dabbit, up of never. And it's like these this large like gear looking thing that they found on the ground. It's very heavy.
Literally just move it over there.
Yep.
Yebus?
And they're and all of them as it like he goes, oh, and they go, oh, 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 oh,
Oh!
and you walk over there and you're gonna roll a
Yeah,
strength check.
yeah. I assume I have a.
You do have advantage from Mana Hakume.
Do we have advantage on our?
Everybody does.
Okay.
Civ, A.G. McLeod, Vahima Cunning Flex. James, you have advantage from Beard Me Strength, but you have disadvantage from Cuban Boy, so it's been blocked.
Dang, Cuban boy.
Lily, you have
Thank you,
advantage from
Beard Me
Dead
Strength.
Zero.
Thanks, Dead Zero.
What is your strength roll?
20.
20. So you go over, it's a fairly large, it looks like it was a piece from a very large cargo ship that really had something to, you know, crank and move, and you pick it up and you're holding it and they're like, and you walk over and you set it down right there and they go, and he's like, cabin yibu, move damn it, over there?
Is it the same thing
Yes.
over the night?
Yes.
Yebus.
And you pick
I
it
mean,
up.
for Uggo, this is not unusual.
Yeah.
Like,
No, I think they
dumb
both
orcs.
They both are loving
Yeah.
this exchange.
Yeah, oh,
They're like,
yeah.
this is the greatest thing for both parties.
absolutely.
You know, and
Yes.
you guys are sort of like, you guys are all investigating these piles of debris as Uggo is literally carrying a heavy thing.
You're crushing it, Uggo. You're doing great,
20
buddy.
feet this direction, 20 feet that direction.
Good job, Uggo.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
You're being so helpful.
I helped the bleeba bloop and these yadalots, whatever they are.
So surreal. So I'm going to use Inspector Gadget's magnifying glass. From up your sleeve, a large magnifying glass appears. Gain +2 to your next investigation or perception check.
Nice.
So that's a 19.
Okay.
22.
15.
I didn't search.
Right.
17.
17. 19?
22.
15? 17. So you find a piece?
It's so tiny.
You?
It keeps getting
Find a
smaller.
piece?
Yeah.
Terribly cut pizza.
Find a piece?
No, that's not right.
Meep
Thank
searched
you.
but failed.
Okay.
Mom, could you maybe help us look too?
Oh, sure, honey.
And your sisters are there
Yeah.
as well,
And
helping out.
how old are Kelmop and all the others?
In the range, I believe most of them are older than Lily, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's one younger and two older.
Okay. It's
gotta be-
saying hello to each of them, introductions. We haven't had the chance exactly to meet. It's very nice to meet you.
Right. We also got a force of good for Civ from Calith, and a force of good that we roll for Emperor Bud Patine.
He's like the coolest bad guy.
The team was it.
I want to rule the galaxy, but just to be your bud.
Be a bud,
Emperor Bud
bud.
Patine. And that is a 4,
Uggo.
which goes to Uggo.
Yeah.
It goes Kelmop's the oldest, then Jelly, then Tiff, then Goldie, then Rosa, then me, then Carrot, then Prim.
Oh yeah, so they're mostly younger than you. Carrot's older. Carrot's here.
Palpatine.
Well, no.
Bud.
Oh, Bud Patine.
Patine.
No,
Took me longer
they're
than
mostly
I
older
like
than
to
her.
admit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Other way around.
okay.
Yes.
And this was from, remind me,
Emperor
Patine?
Bud Patine.
Emperor
Bud
Bud Patine.
Bud Poutine.
Shoot.
All right.
Wow, so
French
sixes.
Canadian.
So, what do we got?
D6s.
As far as cards.
Who was yes, Civ
two
first.
I'm rolling. Uncopyrighted dice game. Roll 5d6. If you get 5 of the same number, you win 150 gold. You can get 50 gold for 4 of the same number or for 4 numbers in a sequence. You can re-roll any of the dice up to 2 times. Any resemblance to any copyrighted dice games is purely coincidental.
I love that.
Yeah.
So
May or may
clever.
not start with a Y,
Yeah.
where you shout the name of it.
Dang.
How dare you, Morgan?
Oh.
I already got 3 5s, so I'm gonna go with 5s. Another 5.
This is Yahtzee?
Get it. Get it.
It is not.
Oh, so close.
So I got 4 5s, so we get 50 gold.
Yay.
Nice. You guys are making back that gold you
All
lost.
that gold that you threw out.
No, I think we're net positive now.
I got a
I'm just so rich. I don't know the value of gold.
What was it?
I got a legal and binding agreement.
Oh.
Viewer submitted. The holder of this card picks one player, and they enter into a legal and binding agreement. If either are reduced to 0 HP, both roll a death saving throw. If neither save, both take 0 HP, suffer 1 extra failed death roll.
Yikes.
If both save, both are healed to 100% HP.
Wow.
If either save, player reduced to 0, stabilized, and healed to half HP.
Okay.
So that's 1 really good, 1 okay, and then 1 really bad. But I am going
gonna
to
need you-
choose. I'm going to choose James.
All right. Blood Brothers.
More because if it's me and any of the other ones, we might be in bad place.
Yeah.
He's the only one I think we could lose and still be okay.
Expendable James.
In terms
Wait,
of
I have a force of
abilities,
good.
and
I have a force
there
of
are
good.
2 arcane spellcasters.
I mean, this is a really scary card because theoretically you
guys are
could
gonna
both
talk about
die.
Is this a force of evil?
it's a force of good.
Ron,
But
I
it's
have a
also,
I have a force
it could
of good that can
theoretically
save me.
pull someone up from the brink of death
Right.
instantly.
Yeah, but then you also might die yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a legal and binding agreement with James.
So hold that card.
Got it.
That's going to last,
Yeah, right,
for
until
the
it's
last
used,
of-
yep.
Yeah. All right.
Wait,
Don't worry, Morgan.
where's that?
When either of us are reduced to 0 hit points. Actually, the reason I chose James is he's the one who's gotten to 0 hit points the most.
Once.
Okay.
Scary.
The most.
So
I know.
you guys are, this is a long process of searching. There's lots of, I mean, again, imagine you are at the dump and you're looking for specific things at the dump. You all rolled spectacularly well and found specific things, but it has taken hours of searching. I mean, these are a relatively small planks that have been broken, and you are searching amid piles of things that have been yanked out of the water over clearly a week.
Yeah. And glued into random places.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a needle in a haystack, but you're aided by James's detect magic, which is good.
Which expires after 10 minutes, but then I'd probably just recast it again.
Yeah, ritual cast it, right? So you're kind of,
What time of day is it?
Well, that's what I'm about to tell you is that the hours have been going by. You woke up when the sun was high in the sky, so it was 11 o'clock, getting to noon, and you have worked, and now the sun is beginning to set. You are, sweaty. This is your first day awake, and you spend it working, which actually garners you some respect among the Lottolites, because this is how they spend their days. There's a joy to what they do, futzing and moving things around, building things, and there's a couple of them that have gone up to you as you're taking things and asked if they could grab it, and then, blah, blah, and putting some stuff on and sticking it to something nearby, and then looking at you as if asking for approval that they've created something beautiful.
Wonderful.
Right, it's like a giant recycling center where the recycling is just into art or into aesthetic.
While we're doing all of this and I'm moving things back and forth, I'm going to regale Bleep Bloop or Bleep Blop or whatever his name is with Ebaluba, with stories of orcish might and war. I tell them about cannons, show them the cannon that I have.
Yeah, the hand cannon that you got from.
I'm essentially trying. What Uggo is trying to do is he sees that these creatures are weak because they have no ways to protect themselves, and he thinks that the best way he can serve them is to teach them that they can protect themselves, because this is a short thing away from very useful.
Right.
So
they are.
They're clearly not a warlike culture.
Very much so.
Right.
Yeah.
It's more of a. I'm trying to relay that what has happened to us is a greater indication of something that may destroy them. And they need to be prepared for that. And the best way to be prepared for that is to be able to defend oneself.
So as the day progresses and this stack of creatures is hearing the stories, you hear ooh, 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 and as it goes through as you go through the story and you tell them these horrible tales of war and battle, and you're telling it in a heroic manner. In fact, roll a performance check.
Sure.
Performance. You have advantage from Thirsty Maud. Thirsty Maud.
Oh,
Thirsty
she's so
Maud.
I think that's the first time we've heard that.
Very great, very great.
Okay, it's a 7.
Hey!
So,
Time stops.
Oh, yeah.
Watch the time stream. Stop time for everyone. But the card holder, that's me. I'm gonna roll a d20. It is not higher than.
So then what happens? Just time.
you just get your original roll. You didn't roll higher than a 10.
Okay. Well, it was worth a shot.
Yep,
Here,
it was.
too.
I have a force of evil from Twinsen.
Oh, twins.
Those from Mickey Wolf.
James has a force of good from TK421.
Thanks, TK421. Here's my pencil. Oh boy.
Gummies are gone.
Thank goodness.
This is a viewer-submitted DM card, Haunting Strains. Haunting strain of music is heard. Due to the distraction, the DM immediately gains disadvantage on their next roll.
Kind of fitting for me performing right now.
This is also very fitting. Eating contest. Viewer submitted. You gain the ability to eat food at a ridiculous rate, becoming able to eat up to 5 pounds of food in one action. That is gross.
What?
For every pound of food you choose to eat, up to 5, you can regain 5 hit points, but must first succeed on a Constitution check. The DC is equal to the amount of hit points you're attempting to gain. For example, 3 pounds of food equals DC 15, 4 pounds of food equals DC 20. On a failed check, puke and heal half rounded up.
Wow.
Gross, but great.
All right. So you rolled a 7.
Yes.
You're attempting to stir them with heroic tales of battle and inspire them to want to learn from you.
Yes.
And the effect, unfortunately, is you're scaring the bejesus out of them. In fact, they sort of stop wanting you to move things and they just start listening, and then the entire stack starts to kind of sink a little bit and they get down off of each other and they sort of form this half circle. And you're holding this big gear, and then you sort of set it down and lean on it with your maul on your back that's got the shark tooth, and they're staring up at you like children at a kindergarten, like looking at you. Their eyes huge and terrified, their little salamander faces just waggling, and they're like, oh.
Lily, you might
Just
want to get
scaring them.
I'll go.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing over here?
Telling them the truth.
Double werewolf, they was scaring me.
Well, which truth, Uggo?
That there is something watching us and that we are in danger.
Okay, well, that might not be their truth. That's our truth.
You think we need to kill? I be double no.
No.
I have made it very clear in defense of self that there's war coming.
Okay.
I can feel it.
Okay.
Can you not feel it?
Right, I'll go.
Uggo, I think maybe water is coming, baby.
And they scatter.
Okay, right.
I think it might be good to clear it up tonight at the night drift that war's probably not coming to this island. It's an island of junk.
Yeah.
Why would a warlord come here?
Why would a warlord go all the way down in the deep of the deep reef and try to kill us all?
Well, we came down there, to be fair, and it was hiding a warden
Truth.
because it thought we would never make it down there.
I have a point on that while we're talking about wardens. I'm actually getting a little bit concerned. Your mother said that the warden looked ashamed when he left. And
It could have just been because he failed. I mean, he was taken captive. He lost a battle, and he was rescued by us.
I had a thought.
I mean, he's practically a walking god.
Afraid to put it out loud, but I'm going to because I think it's important.
I'm afraid because
Have we considered that the wardens are not things we should save?
Yes, I've thought of that.
I think they are beings that we should save, but my concern is exactly what you said, is that they're supposed to be the sort of gods, these guardians of the world, and here we are, 5 relatively tiny creatures, releasing them, and he just sort of leaves us?
And I don't know, I mean, if we could talk for a moment about those visions or whatever that we all had, yes?
Yeah, why have we not talked about the fact that I gave
feel
birth?
manipulative. I feel like I'm being used, that my emotions are being used to drive me somewhere.
Why? No one's taken over your brain, Uggo. You're choosing to do whatever you
The
want.
amulet takes over my brain constantly.
I think that's James.
No, that's not.
Now, James has been in my head plenty of times.
Thank you. I've never taken over Uggo's brain.
I think Uggo has a point, though. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of guessing.
Yeah.
And we're assuming that everyone that's involved is on the up and up. And I agree with Uggo. I think
I have eyes on my back and I can feel it.
Right.
And it makes me feel fear and rage constantly.
Right.
Why?
I have felt it before.
Can I ask you a personal question, Uggo?
Yes?
What do you want?
In life?
Yes.
To be human.
What does that mean to you?
Literally everything.
What does being human mean? Why aren't you human now?
And also, how do you propose to do that?
No, hang on, I'm sorry. Just one moment.
It is...
Because honestly, I say this as your friend, and as your blood brother, and as someone who tries to work with you.
Yeah.
You confuse me sometimes.
I could say the same about you.
I'm sure, but I mean, you've said in the past that you want people
What
to...
do you want, James?
I will get to that. Please, let me focus on this for a moment. You've said in the past that you want people to view orcs not as monsters.
Yeah.
The last time we came up against orcs, no one was more vehement about needing to kill them than you.
Yep.
Do you see the contradiction in that?
No.
Okay.
There is something I know that you do not.
What's that?
They come to kill you.
Yes.
Not all orcs.
Okay, I think we're getting away from my original point, which is these wardens are not as powerful as they once were from everything that I've learned.
You're right. Or whatever they're up against is extremely powerful.
And
Has had an
if I was a warden, this powerful creature of fire and lightning, and I was set free, I think I would do something about my situation more than just glide away in shame.
Well, they might have some sort of goal or mission.
or plan.
If you're a fire warden and you're supposed to protect a certain area, and then you're removed from that area, the first thing I would do once I regain consciousness would be to go home.
Why wouldn't he take us with him?
Well, I'll be the first to admit that the warden's communications need work.
Agreed, absolutely. But yes, I mean, we've proven probably to them that we can take care of ourselves,
why
I
wouldn't he
guess.
just put us in his giant fire hands and take us with him to whatever plane or place he's going?
It's a good point.
Have we not proven ourselves as worthy enough? What a kraken!
I think
You
that
don't
just
we're worthy?
makes the point that we shouldn't rely and trust necessarily what we are being shown.
Right. We also don't know that much about the natural order.
Correct.
No, I agree.
I have a suspicion that there might be one of them working to make this happen. They seem to know more than we do.
You mean someone from the natural order is somehow manipulating the wardens?
Entirely
That is
possible.
my fear.
I am suspicious of some things that Jan Mo said about this mage.
Yep.
She said you, meaning us, weren't strong enough. She said you couldn't make it down here, as if this mage, this gaunt gray woman that your mother described, knows us.
Gone to gray.
Gaunt gray, thin gray.
And down here, she was underwater then?
Yes, yeah, your mother talked about meals with her.
Thin gray, what does she mean? What you mean, thin gray?
How she looks.
Yeah, she was gray of skin, thin in the face.
Can I recall of any race that has gray skin and gaunt of face?
Roll a history check.
Do you want
You
to-
have advantage from Dresden Dark, but you have disadvantage from Queso Gato.
I'd also like to roll a history check on that.
Sure.
Lily?
Fahima, you do have advantage from Ellis and Maya.
Do you want to bring your mother into this conversation in case she might know something about the gaunt gray wizard that we don't know yet?
Oh, sure.
9.
17.
Ogo, you're not able to recall anything that sounds like that, but it certainly sounds scary.
Yeah, for sure.
And piques your spidey sense,
Right.
orc sense. And what was your roll?
17.
17. You're trying to determine what race that
Or
sounds
if I have
like.
a good guess as to what that might be.
You do not. I think that the description is rather vague, gaunt and gray, but there are a number of things that could look gaunt and gray.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I don't think you're able to place exactly.
Ogo, we,
ping anything for you.
Yeah, I don't know of any.
we certainly don't know what the natural order is for, even what the wardens do. But I will say that stopping Jan Mo, stopping what happened on Bingle, stopping Ertenfurt, felt like doing the right thing to me.
I
Wouldn't you
agree with you. Yes, absolutely. That is not my concern. We are doing good things. But sometimes there's an orc saying that say, the road to victory sometimes paved with what you want to do good.
What am
And
I
that
saying?
causes disaster.
Rolls off the tongue.
Ogo, I don't know what you're talking about.
It's
I'm
hard
sorry.
translation, not perfect.
I'm
Well, it's hard because he's probably had it on like a banner or a decorative plate around his house his
Certainly.
whole life, and so we have to get used to it.
I'm trying to give your
I don't know the intentions of people we are listening to.
Well, speaking of trusting what we're going through, are we going to trust that vision? It felt really real to me.
It felt very real. I can trust that it happened. I don't trust the emotions behind it. That felt manipulative.
Mom.
Oh, yes.
We were having a discussion about the warden and, why he would have left
Yes.
us in that situation. And you were down there for quite some time, and I know you were maybe under a trance for a lot of it, but is there anything you have to offer or anything you believe of he was good or bad or any feelings you got?
My first memory of being down there, he was already trapped by that horrible
octopus. He clearly went through hell. In so much pain, forced to push our bubbles filled with bodies through that hole,
Do you know what they were doing with the bodies?
taking them somewhere. I don't know. We tried. I think I told you, honey, that they forced us to serve them. Jan Mo and that woman.
Do you remember any of their conversations, the gray woman and Jan Mo, what they spoke about?
I think he called her Cal. If I remember.
Cal as in short for Callaluna or something like that?
Perhaps.
Callie?
I don't know. We tried to listen after the fog lifted, but there was a short amount of time. We heard them planning. They would laugh and point, and there was some concern that there weren't enough bodies, that many of them weren't suitable for her purposes.
Did you ever see her cast?
I think she created some of the bubbles, but I'm not certain.
How did she travel? Did she appear? Did she seem to teleport or
I never saw her come and go.
Okay.
And you said she gray human?
What?
Gray skin human?
She wore a cloak. I think she was human. She certainly was larger than a beach gnome.
Did she have any sort of markings, tattoos, emblems, amulets, rings, anything you remember, symbols?
She definitely had rings. I saw when she would take a goblet from me of wine, I could see rings, and it did look like there were markings on her arm underneath her cloak, but I couldn't make them out.
And Jan Mo, he seemed very authoritative and
Proud.
A bit, yes, proud. Did he ever brag about his exploits, what he was planning on doing, or what he's already done?
He bragged constantly. He said this was his shrine to the persecutors.
Yeah, he said that.
He said
Called
anyone...
himself the Undrowned? Any sort of information about that?
Well, I don't know, but I certainly have never seen a dragonborn that could survive underwater.
No.
I don't know.
Shaxangao.
Shazengao.
Shazangao is where dragonborn are from.
Right.
Do they have a history of persecution, of being under thumb?
I don't know, I haven't been there.
Well, James, you can roll a history check. I do need to. We got candles that have been lit for a little while. I need to deal with that. Thank you, community. I got a 6. That's a reroll. I got a 2. That's a Fahima.
Hey, I'd also like to roll a history check.
Do I have
Okay.
advantage? Yes.
Yes, you do, James.
You?
From Patyrus Stormblade. Fahima, you have advantages from follower of Fahima.
That's an awesome
Oh my gosh,
thing.
look at all this love. Dreamblaze, Dragon of Shadows, Squig Squiggly,
Yeah.
Beard Me Strength, and others. Thank you so much. The balloons. I love seeing
Yay.
you guys. Awesome.
20 and awesome.
25.
Oh my goodness. So yes,
Yeah,
you. I mean,
awesome, yeah.
you. So the Shazengao, the Dragonborn dynasty, they are written about constantly. This is like the monarchy in England. It's full of backstabbings and interpersonal conflicts and soap opera drama. This is the monarchy of Ain. This is the enduring monarchy. Now, of course, there is a time before which people don't remember, but anytime anybody can remember, and any of the books that you have read talk about the monarchy with oscillating between reverence and mockery. I mean, it is in the same way that you would read about the royals with putting them on a pedestal and also making fun of them. That is the situation with Shazengao as well in the Lao Long dynasty.
Does the kingdom in the same family forever?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a dynasty that has
Yeah.
lasted for as long as anyone can remember.
Maybe family usurped from throne?
Maybe.
Usurp, that's a big word, I'll go.
Yeah, mommy Tommy.
A force of good called the Bowl of the Candle Queen.
Candle Queen.
Candle
Got her
Queen.
own bowl, apparently.
Card.
Seems Milo left Amanda's bowl out instead of his. The next time you, and only you, receive a card from Milo's bowl, it is a force of good instead of evil.
Oh, snap.
That's great.
Milo, you shouldn't touch the Candle Queen's possession.
Yeah.
Nice.
Cool. Thank you.
I'll go. One thing I will agree with is that I think we shouldn't take anything at face value. And I say, I think possibly we could feel manipulated in way of emotions, but if we simply take what we've seen in the way of facts, we saw the five of us there witnessing the burning of the libraries and the War of Ideas, and we did we seemed to be doing what we could. And so and the rest, you're right to be suspicious of the emotion, and let's narrow it down to the facts of the situation.
What color skin did
You talk like mama.
Osiris have?
Thank you.
Osira.
Her skin was kind of a faint blue.
Was that? Oh, actually, I wasn't in that tent, was I? No, yes, yeah.
The baby was brought.
Was that Diptha holding the baby? That sounded a lot like Diptha.
It did sound like her, yes.
But there are more than one, yeah?
It's true,
It's
yes.
a whole race.
Yeah, Sky Children. Hey, it just sounded very familiar. Maybe we should try the earring. I have another sending spell I could use, but I mean, the earring doesn't require.
Is it all right if I continue to try to collect these?
Yes,
We should try and finish before dark. It's gonna get harder.
And I'll help as well.
Well, there is another. Yes, I'll go. Sorry, what were you saying?
I don't know if we should trust Torvald.
Why?
He is the only thing that is constant about the troubles that we are in. And he does not seem very courageous.
He's also saved us, though.
He saved my life.
Keep your enemies closer than your friends.
I don't know if I agree that he's the only thing constant for the problems.
Haven't talked to him in months. Or not months.
Why orcs
Days.
want him?
Well, he was with the Storm Warden last
I
we
tell
saw
you
him.
why orcs want anything. Power.
Yes,
You
and
cannot take a power from a mage.
Everyone wants power or love.
I understand you cannot take from mage. Mage have to give. Can I make you cast spell?
Yes.
How?
Look at the wardens. They were
How can I make you cast
captured
spell? How can I?
all right.
by
this
forcing
is,
my mind.
I cannot do that.
There are definitely creatures that can control your mind and force you to do things.
Yes, I am aware.
I think we're getting off track.
I'm.
We need to gather more information.
Margaret is standing awkwardly, not knowing how to help, and she sort of backs away as you see your friends, the crowned Lodolite, walk up and say,
I hope we have helped you here, but I would love for you to come to your chambers. We have set up something for you so you can feel refreshed before night drift.
Thank you.
Night drift is like a like a 10 p.m. kind of thing.
So they, as the sun is setting in the sky, they indicate that you have your own small little holes, little huts that are all, again, made out of, these things that have clearly been set up for you to go into them. They're this is the kind of thing where Lily would need to duck her head to get inside.
Wow, all right.
So, it's not...
Hands and knees.
Right.
Yeah.
Once you get inside, you can sort of, get up to about this height. They're opulent for Lodolite standards, but
It's like going to Yoda's shack or something.
yes,
like that.
yes, yes. So I did not anticipate that interpretation. Yeah. So you guys are welcome to go inside, or you can continue your conversation as you see fit.
I'll go refuses. Not going in there.
Why?
It's too tight. Not happening.
Maybe. I'm sorry. Is it possible that maybe we could adjust a wall of one of these to make it a bit bigger for our friend here?
I'm a baby giver. Oh, I'm a popular cheese.
It's fine. It's certainly, we realize it's not what
I told you it needed to be bigger.
Oh no, it's wonderful.
Yes.
He's claustrophobic. Do you know the word?
That's
Double.
Why you say names to me?
You don't like tight places.
Small spaces make him scared.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Marbles baby sips.
Yeah.
babies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Babies.
If you can.
And you see a bunch of like, they're talking to a bunch of, they slide, and they, bunch of them standing on each other, like pulling and ripping, getting things, trying to build stuff very quickly, and they erect like a large hole opening, just like a lean-to, funk, this thing, like, it's crappy. I mean, it is like built in 2 seconds, but they built, the thing, and then one of them runs over into the hole that you was set up for you. I go and pulls out some things and puts it in, and they go, baby cover.
Thank you.
Is it bigger?
I mean, it is, but it's also like, it's got holes in it. It's like, it's like a bed frame and things from the thing that they pulled out that they just stuck together as quickly as possible to make us, basically make 4 walls and barely a ceiling, for you.
It's good because it has little windows.
Yeah, I can see outside, so yeah.
It's perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
I did also learn a new spell that could create a room for us that's comfortable and dry.
Oh.
Well, I think that they made these for us to be.
Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but
True.
I feel it
Save
would
it
be
for later.
maybe bad before the night drift to not use them.
Yes.
So inside each of the little huts is like a stack of what they're offering as a change of clothes, but it's like part of a sail and like some burlap, just kind of stuck together again with the paste. But there's a little hole for your head, so it would be like a poncho. You're just stacked there waiting for you, and there's some fresh water in things that are not made to hold fresh water. It's upended, pieces of armor, a shield with some water stuck in it or something. Again, barnacle broken a little bit from the sea, but this is their version of laying out the red carpet for you.
Very nice.
Oh, it's so cute.
So each of you has your own spot, and as you go, you guys are gonna go in and kind of freshen up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you go in, James, you kind of take off your pack and you feel it shake a little bit, and you look inside and you open it and you see the parchment that Claudette gave you.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Kind of shaking a little bit. And you pull it out, and you see that familiar look of that, like a marshmallow coming up out of a hot chocolate. And you see it forming words.
Everyone. I'm getting a message from Claudette.
Okay, I don't know if we can all fit in there.
I'll come outside.
Little heads poking around the hole.
Emily cannot fit in there.
All the different holes around the room.
Yeah. And you see, again, that familiar thing of waiting as the letters rise out of the paper and form. And it's a longer message than you've ever seen before. And it says, if you're reading this, I'm most likely dead. But it also means you were successful in your trip to the bottom of the deep reef. I'm proud of you, Heroes of Bingle. I wish I could have been of better service to you. Know that the entire natural order endeavors on your behalf. Hopefully, you've already arrived in Winkberg and are well on your way to the next Warden. I'm told your natural order contact is camped on the outskirts of town. Please pass along my regrets at being unable to introduce you personally. May the gods smile upon you, heroes. The fate of Olivine is in your hands. And then it fades away.
All right, so we have to find a way to get to Winkberg.
And that's where we're going to take our intermission.
Yeah.
So, as we prepare to go clubbing, evidently.
So much
Night
going
Drift
on.
awaits on the other side of our intermission. I hope all of you stick around. Lord Aravan's gonna take care of you. We all have to freshen up and get into our clubbing gear.
Get into our burlap club gear.
So we'll be back in a few short minutes. Stick around. Thanks for hanging with us. Oh, and thanks for all the awesome balloons. You guys are amazing. See you soon.
It's an industrial club. That's why we can wear clothes.
Well, fear not, adventurers. Our campaign will continue after this brief Intermission. Right now, you and I, watchers of the time stream, have something to discuss, don't we? Don't we? Does anyone want to bring it up? Would anyone like to figure out what I am talking about? No, not Milo's date with Amy, Goofy. Oh, yeah. I'm starting to get used to that feeling. Wookiees. Yeah. I literally feel burning drops of acid pouring forth from my eyes. Why would you do that, Eagle Eye? What is it I've done? What is it I've done to you? I've only done one thing. Give you a show. A glorious, glorious show. And oh, once in a blue moon I say to this young little idiot, Milo, right here to my left, that he is being rude and unworthy. And what do I get from you but a burning, fiery sensation in my mind? What have I done? What have I done? Please explain. All I ask. By the way, Derek Mountain Bear, thank you. I will let Ugo know that you have given him an advantage. What is it? Please, try, Dreamblaze, to explain to me why. When I ask you very simply, everyone, just don't touch the ball. Is it your intention or your decision to spend money out of your own pocket to hurt me? Just don't do it. And thank you, Snake Master, for that. That was very nice of you. James will appreciate it. All right. Let me try to explain to all of you exactly what it is that occurs when you stir that little pot. Okay? How about it? Would you like to hear? Would you like to understand? If not, I won't explain. We can go on and pretend like nothing has happened. But I think some of you would like to know. Oh, go on then, says Largo. Please, let's then move on. And how about this? If one of you, if you explain I might touch the ball, explain what? Explain what, Shadowfang? It's not that I can't get rid of the simple ball, Queso Gato. Ah, you want to know what happens when you touch it. All right. Well, first of all, I doubt any of you have actually touched it. Because technically, none of you are here, right? In our location. Or are you? I don't know. Perhaps some of you are, but in general. When the ball is stirred. Awkward. Very appreciated. Milo, do you see that? Sending Preparation H to Ereban. I told you minutes ago to get it for me, and what did you do? Nothing. You sat there like a toad. I appreciate it, thank you. When the bowl is stirred, imagine for a moment that you're riding your bicycle. I imagine everyone out there has ridden a bicycle in the past, yes? Huh? Have you? All right, I'll assume you have. All right, well, the Black Christie did not, but some of you have. I imagine some of you, and if you haven't, pretend in your mind that you have, and follow along. You're riding your bike down the street on a gravelly, let's say, surface, yes? And Roxon, thank you so much for that IOU. Gravelly surface. And, a little wobble in the bike, yes? Yes, oh yes. And now you're about to fall, but you're wearing shorts. So your knees and legs are exposed. When your thigh... Ow! Yes! Woo! Give me another, shall you? Go! Do it. I dare you. I want one more! Yes, now it's feeling good. Oh, yes. Hold on. I definitely soiled myself this time. Milo, please do me a favor. Grab 2 rolls of Shaman, extra soft, and a couple of preparation H's. Be back as soon as you can. Thank you. As I was saying, you're wobbling, and as your thigh, or your knee, or whatever it is, whatever part of your leg contacts the ground first, imagine the gravel eating into your skin and grinding against your bones. And then you look, and you see, when you look down, a bloody, and dirty wound. You're starting to get the picture, aren't you? Then your mother comes to you and says the following. Don't worry, son, daughter, person, whomever you are. I'll take care of it. But no, Mama, please don't. Don't. Just leave me be. No, I'm going to put rubbing alcohol, or what's worse, hydrogen peroxide. But maybe even worse than that, iodine. That's right. That burning sensation is not even 1,000th of the pain that I feel when you touch the bowl. Salt. Please. If you've never felt iodine on a cut, well, you haven't lived. So, are we clear? By the way, bactine, iodine, same damn difference. Are we clear? Do you understand what I'm trying to impart to you? Good? Yes, thank you. Now we can continue on. And we can discuss the good things in life. Like shirts. Yes, shirts. No, not shirts, I'm kidding. We won't talk about shirts, but we will talk about unique digital items. Jared, I see you, and I thank you for that. I would love a love letter, specifically from my love interest, of course. Let me tell you something, Dreamblaze, before I get to this digital item business. You and your kidney stones over there. I assure you, you don't even know the half of it. I have had a kidney stone, if you want to call it that, the size of a grapefruit. And let me tell you, it was jagged. And it did not come out easily. So don't give me your kidney stones. I know kidney stones. There are 7 unique digital items that can influence the game. Show love is our new celebratory item. I still don't know why I'm using that word, celebratory. Send love to the team whenever you want, go. Maybe even me. You could give the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of dice. 2 20-sided dice at once. Pick the higher of the 2. Or those of you that would like to engage me as does Shadowfang and Eagle Eye. Not friendly, FYI. You can give a player disadvantage. So, if a player has advantage, that disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and take the lowest. After all, guess what, Milo? Life is pain! Or perhaps you'll take pity on the adventuring party and have a player draw a force of good card. Good or evil? For those of you that are evil, you can have a player draw a force of evil card. Again, not good for the party. Clear? And when you buy one of these digital items, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Or, as many of you have shown tonight, oh, Teen Dragon, that's beautiful. And awkward chic. Thank you. Such love. I appreciate it. Really. Let me go back. You could purchase an IOU. Many of you have done that this evening. And when you do it, we'll light a candle, as you've noticed. And when the goal of 20 candles is reached, what happens? A force of good. That's a positive. Will be awarded to a random member of the team. How wonderful is that? How amazingly wonderful. Goodness. Finally, let's not forget that there is something that if you look under your presents, your gift offerings, looks like a ball, and it's got purple stuff in it. Don't click it. Don't select it. It's not to be used. It's broken. Please. Thank you. Mama. All right. Anything else? No, random guy, I am not lying. I'm very serious. Have you ever heard of Matt Mercer or Sam Riagelio? What is distract? What are you distracting me from what? You think anything can distract me from this pain? Do you think my pain can be avoided? Do you think your words can take away what I am suffering now? They cannot, no. And they won't. The only way that you'll be able to make it up to me and Milo, mind you, remember this too. You think you're hurting me. You're not. You're hurting the team, and you're hurting Milo. Because after all, I'm going to put Milo out on his bum if this continues. Teen Dragon. Now you are very generous. I really liked that. I mean, that's 10 balloons of love. Love balloons. Can I call them love balloons? I will. I quite like that. A love balloon. You know, I wonder if Amy likes love balloons. I didn't try that. That's one thing I didn't try. Awkward. Very, very, very nice. That's one thing I didn't try. Pitteris? I can't even read, but it's beautiful. Look at the cake. Look at it. Look, it's got a little candle on it. Ah! Is that for me? Is that for my birthday? It's not right now, of course, but perhaps in the future, I'll eat it. Dreamblaze, what a wonderful gift. Ah, yes, thank you so much. You see how easy it is? There you go. Iodine. It burns. It's like iodine on my rosy thigh. Mama Elephant, give me a hug. I love you. I don't. You know, I once heard of a little thing called morphine. Do any of you camera people here have something by that name? Please. I'm done. I cannot handle another second of this. Gator! What is it you want from me? I will give you anything. Of course, I don't want to do drugs for fire. It's not about trying to do drugs. It's about not feeling pain. I am hurt by you. Half-Blood. Phoenix Fire, thank you so much. Fahima is greatly appreciating that, or will at a certain point down the line. And Gator, ooh, also a lovely gift. Awkward Chick. So many more hugs, and I appreciate that. You need some brain vodka, specifically the cherry one. What? A cherry brain vodka. Sounds interesting. I'll try it. Someone grab me a bottle of that, please. I don't even understand you people anymore. Wait a second, Dreamblaze. Oh wait, you haven't given her. Oh, good. No, I thought for a moment in the back of my head, I was thinking that perhaps you were one of the sin committers. The ones that had touched the bull, but probably not. So I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for stopping that. Direwolf. Civ will be grateful for this, by the way. So, mucho appreciato. You see, he's there. Thank you. You see that? Right there. He could see it. Incredible, this technology. It's so incredible that it can burn me. How about it? But I didn't mean to touch the bull. Shadowfang, you and I are enemies, mortal enemies, till the end of time. Do you understand that? There is nothing you can do now to be my friend. No. I will see you on the battlefield. Do you understand this? Once a burn, always a burn. Thank you. Fallstar. James appreciates you. Stein, you can be my friend. Everyone can be my... We're all friends, as a matter of fact. But not if you're hurting me. No. Teen Dragon, you're giving Ugo an ice cream cone. I'm sure he'll enjoy it. Though he may or may not be lactose intolerant, you might want to discuss that with him, or let me discuss that with him. Direwolf, thank you. Do you think Fahima's... Oh, wait, hold on. You're asking a question to Jessica Lynn Parsons. All right. By all means. Caliph, thank you. The Dumblestucks, thank you. Or I should let Lily thank you, perhaps. For she is a Dumblestuck. And part of the Dumblestucks. And the Dumblestucks are grateful. I'm imagining they are. If they were to read that, they would be grateful. How about that? Does that work for you? I don't get why it takes so long for me to feel my rear after one of those burning incidents. I quite literally cannot feel the lower portion of my rear area. Yes, Dyson capes, it probably is. All right. No, Direwolf, we won't be panning down, ever. By the way, I'll tell you what, you all made a big mistake tonight by harming me, because you know I'm going to make it harder for you to ever, and I mean ever, see my legs. Is that clear? Never pan down. Before we do anything further, I would like to get you all excited about something. Shirts. Yes, shirts. Here we go. Dungeon Run logo. Boom. Upper left. Rosy cheeks poppin' tavern all. Middle top. Upper right, in blue, baby. Meep lives, yeah. Bottom left, I am human. The pirate disguise shirt, and of course, the one and only Lord Ereban Dungeon Run in any color, shape, or size. That's not all. Let's go to the next ones. Yes. Newest shirts, here we go. Life is pain, left side. Center, let the dice roll, baby. Look at it. You can see all of their faces, right? Beautiful. And finally, and honestly, quite the cellar. Respect the candles and the Candle Queen. To purchase these shirts, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. And let me be quite frank. Not franked, but frank. Thank you to all of you who have shared the show. If you haven't, I ask you to please do so. And remember, I will be joining you in your social conversation around the game. As long as we all respect one another, this should go swimmingly. Okay? Now, please, let's rejoin our adventure.
How much is
Yeah, I know
this?
how to get there.
Hey, we're back. Everybody's having a good time. Oh my goodness. Everybody's getting ready. Okay.
Making sure we heard it before we left.
When we left off, the team was each given their own little domicile, their little place to get prepared for the ceremony of Night Drift. And we also left off right as Milo's bowl was going insane. So there's actually a force of evil that comes out of Milo's bowl.
But I need to enact this
But
too.
you didn't
The
see
Heroes of
it.
Ereban. Wait, and this is something else I got?
But you have to see it.
Oh, no,
don't you?
it's when I receive it, though. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so we will roll to see the force of evil. I mean, I don't think anybody is unaware that something's coming out of Milo's bowl. The screams from Lord Ereban
That's true.
reverberated through the whole building.
And into my nightmares.
And into my nightmare.
I'll never
All right, we got
Nope.
a 2.
Hey!
Oh.
Hey, it's
So,
That's perfect.
yeah, it is. I get to enact my thing. Where is it?
It's
Where
this
is
one.
it? Oh, no, it's a different one.
Oh.
She's got something specifically for
Yeah.
the bowl.
Oh.
So it's the bowl of the Candle Queen. So these are both from the candles. Wow, that's bizarre. So I get a force of good instead of evil.
Yeah.
A force of good instead of evil. Whoa!
And I gain 3 hit points for my next, I guess, skirmish. And then Lord Ereban gets 9 hit points.
See, Ereban, we got your back, bro. He's getting healed.
Got your brain, bro.
We got your brain. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah. So this is a force of good. So the evil comes out of the bowl, but the amulet flashes and blinks twice, and it transforms into good.
This is 100% brightness. Viewer submitted. Your pupils dilate and start to absorb more light. You gain +3 to any skill check that involves eyesight.
Nice.
Perception, investigation, insight, etc.
As somebody who's had his eyeballs dilated quite a lot recently, I
Ouch.
can respect that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we are back.
Cool.
Do any of you want to do anything before we head to Night Drift?
I think I'm kind of like one-track mind. I need to find more of these. So I'm going to go around and I will literally, like, whatever I have out of my gear that I can trade to one of these salamander creatures into helping me find more of these.
I believe I'm told that the chat has determined that they're called salvage manders.
Salvage manders?
Which I love, which
Wow.
I
Well
actually hate myself for not coming
Salvage
to
man.
before the, but they're smarter than I am.
Well played.
Salvage manders, a lot of lights.
Okay. Then I will go to a couple of the salvage manders and I will take out some of my belongings, bottles. I have another set of clothes. I have pythons, anything that I think they might be interested in. And I will use it as currency to enlist them into finding more of these.
Sure, I mean, they happily take your things and
Right.
regurgitate adhesive and put them on things, and they're actually trying to do it more to honor you than because they find value in what you've given them. They are trying to elevate your gift into the art and decor of their world. But also, it's getting dark. It's getting later, and so they were eager to help you either way. You didn't need to buy their allegiance. They
Well,
seemed.
I also feel like we need to repay them for everything they've done. So
Fair enough.
It's a catch.
Yeah, I get you. So they're happily taking your bits and baubles and adding them to their things and standing there and looking at you and seeing if you are pleased with the way that they have repurposed what you've given them.
Yes.
You like?
But yes, lovely, amazing, beautiful. Really. No, I mean that. It's very touching.
No, I was laughing at his voice.
I'm going to, because I'm assuming now that we have enough of these and they're kind of like laid out in a protected area, I need more of these. Can you help me find these?
Boards?
Yes,
Playbanks.
but the ones that match what's missing here. We're trying to, it's a puzzle. Do you understand puzzle?
No.
No. Imagine if I'm going to go over to like one of the boards that's not broken. I'll take it and I'll break it. And then I'll take the pieces and put it back together as if I'm reassembling it.
Right.
That is what I want to do with this.
And one of the little Luddelites waddles over to you, takes the two boards that you put together, takes them apart and puts one over here with adhesive and one over there with adhesive and looks at them and goes, yeah, we have a fubble.
Right, yes.
Oh boy.
It's amazing.
You would like? Maybe pretty.
Well, at the very least, do you know where there's more of this?
Coins.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You don't like coins.
Why be? Too shabby.
I like coins. I like shiny.
Oh.
I'll trade you for shiny.
Oh.
Yes. I'll give you non-shiny
Yes.
for shiny.
Labbits have shabby. Come.
Beautiful.
Come. And he walks over, little guy walks over, little, I mean, you don't know if they're male or female. They're just sort of like, walk over, walk over to the edge of the island. And you looked out, down. Shabby down.
How far down?
Very baby.
How far?
Bobba.
Would you show me? Can you swim?
Yes.
I am immediately following him. I'm using my gloves of swimming.
What?
And I have a card.
Diving overboard?
You do.
That is an air bubble surrounds the user's head, enables them to breathe underwater for 4 turns. It can be destroyed by an attack dealing 15 points of damage. 4 turns, I'm assuming, is not gonna buy me a lot.
4 turns is what? 6 seconds times 4 is 24 seconds.
Right, but because of my gloves.
But you can also hold your breath for part of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you swim fast because your gloves.
Exactly.
Yep.
I'm going for it.
All right. Let's roll an athletics check to see just how quickly you can go.
Okay.
Get it, Civ.
You do have advantage from Dresden Dark, but it is countered by Malcolm S3X.
Oh, no.
All right. Thank you, Justin.
Should we just go? Is Jared going to go on a
I guess we're going on a
treasure hunt?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I rolled 2 dice. Athletics?
Yeah.
Yikes. 8.
Okay.
Oh.
So this thing goes.
Yeah, I can't keep up with
Can't
it.
keep up with it. Can't keep up with it. And then it.
Oh, he drowned.
You drowned doing what he loves.
Trying to find
Trying to
the
get
full life.
something shiny. So
That's how we lose you.
It's the most. This is the most in-character thing you've ever done.
so
Going
you
off on his own.
Except for writing poems.
you go 24. you get down about halfway through your period of being able to have this bubble around your head, and you lost sight completely of. Even though you have dark vision, you've lost sight completely of where this little thing went, and you're swimming and you feel like if you go much farther, you're not going to be able to get back in time.
Do I see anything shiny? Or is it just too deep and too dark?
Clearly the thing kept going, and you tried to keep up, but you just couldn't quite keep up with it. And you go back up, climb back up on the side, and a few seconds later it pops back. Whoop, where would you go?
I can't hold my breath for as long as you can.
Oh.
Right.
And it like regurgitates this bit of mucus that's it lands on the ground, and it's got a couple of gems. Lots more.
I will here, and I just start taking out my pythons, my hammer, my crowbar, rope, anything.
Sim,
Take-
Sim. What are you doing? Are you okay?
Hello.
Hello.
And I hold up some of the gems.
Those are very slimy.
They're
Yes.
like encased in that mucus.
Oh, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'll figure out a way to get them out.
He's pulled
So be
out
it.
worse.
Yeah.
I think it's almost time to go to the night drift.
I'll be there in a bit.
Oh, if it's timing. And the thing goes, Nabi drift. Come. And they, all the things are like waddling. Nabi drift, so fun. And have you guys done anything?
Do they
Yes.
make this clear that this is like a celebration of some sort?
Yeah, it seems to be a ceremony, a very positive thing. It's
I put
Not
on
a
my
nightclub.
ceremonial sack that they
Yeah,
put in my.
Why? What are we celebrating?
Yubu. Babakaba Wabik. You died with your family.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Us
okay.
being alive, Uncle.
You care for other things. I didn't know what you care for, so it makes sense now.
Baby Caber. For Yubu. For the CB. For Libby.
We are their friends now.
Frabbins. Yes, Frabbins. Yes, Frabbins.
Is this bleep bloop?
Beep bloop, beep bloop.
Beep bloop bloop?
Beebaloo.
Beebaloo?
Yes,
Beebaloo?
Beebaloo.
When he says we care about you, when he says to Uggo, we care about Yubu, Uggo stops and goes,
Can I hug you?
I'll go.
I'd be very careful. I know they're small. Yeah, you want to? Here, come here.
So it like waddles up to you and kind of it's slimy.
Yeah.
It's kind of got
Doesn't bother me
a
any.
viscous coating on its body. Gets up and like nuzzles its little head in your neck.
Baby Blue, I can't say I care about you as well. This is, you are, I don't know what to say.
Webbin.
Yes?
Maybe you should give him a ride in the backpack.
Webbin. Labadabalabbits. Caber. Farber Wabbit Weeby. Aber Tabached. Farber. Weeby. Leaving. Liebig. Glubu. Glubu. Webbit Aber Werwolf. Glubu. Webbit Aber Labov. Webbit Aber Frabbenchip. Webbit Aber Caber. Weeby. Aber Tabached. Farber. Aber.
So if you take a ride with him, are you gonna be in love with him?
Yes, I think they.
Labov? Obel.
These are very rare and very, very special creatures that we need to protect.
Yes.
Like sitting in your arms as you say that.
This is
That'd
very
be cute.
strange, yes.
Give him a ride.
I
Uncle.
agree.
Maybe give him a ride to night drift.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Like the real king, you can ride in this throne.
Yes, I have thrown.
Little King, CB. Yeah, I'm Herbert.
I'll take. I'll hold Lily back for a moment. I feel bad.
These creatures are amazing.
Yes.
I hold up my little like saliva gems. Do you have any idea how much these are worth? A lot of money. And they just gave them to me.
Yeah, why wouldn't they?
Do you know how much these creatures are worth?
Oh.
They are priceless.
Exactly.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to celebrate tonight. I'd like to send a message to your father.
Real quick before we do that, I want to give this Force of Good to Civ because somebody really loved that. Direwolf 87. Sorry to interrupt. Direwolf Morgan.
Double or nothing. Next time you roll 2 of the same number at advantage or disadvantage, add those numbers together and take the sum.
Cool.
Oh,
nice.
wow. That
That's
could
cool.
be really
Yeah, if you roll 2 20s, that could be a
I just, I feel like a lot has been happening, but I think,
I'm sure he would really appreciate that, James.
I mean, well, we may need his help as well, but first of all, he should know that, your mother and everyone's alive.
I can only imagine how he'll react.
I know,
At this point, I think they've made peace with it. They're never going to see them again.
I know. Okay. I'm going to cast Sending to Eric Dumblestuck.
Okay.
Eric, it's James. Lily is fine. We're out in the ocean. Margaret is alive. So are all of your daughters. We're bringing them home. more soon. Reply?
And you wait. And then you hear, I'm crying. This is incredible news. The Heroes of Bingle do it again. When will you be here? We will be so excited. I can't believe she's alive.
What? That was exactly 25 words.
I'm more impressed than you can count like that.
I know. Nice counting. Nice count.
Thank you for doing that, James.
Of course.
I'll give you a hug.
Thank you. Yeah.
You don't have to be so stiff when I hug you.
All right, so you put on the
it's
the sack.
My party clothes.
Maybe I won't be able to like put it all the way on, but I'll make an effort to like take part of it and like wrap it around my arm or something. And
Sure. Yeah, you guys look ridiculous.
Trying to be appreciative.
Yeah, these are, again, cobbled together. Nothing is made of one thing. It's all, things, bits of stuff as as connecting material between, parts of sacks, parts of, bits of rope and twine, even metal things and wood bits hanging off of them. Go ahead.
I'm gonna fashion a little bow tie for Meep.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention when Meep was waiting by your side the entire time.
I was wondering about that.
I should have mentioned that. Forgive me. Meep had waited by your side the entire time that you were out. In fact, as you guys had caught up with Margaret, she'd mentioned that your bird refused to leave your side, and it stared intently at all of you on fire, especially you, Fahima. It stayed there, patiently waiting, staring at the fire and staring at it and intently concentrating on the fire and trying to manipulate the fire itself, trying to save you, trying to get closer to you. And seeing that you were in this weird comatose state, it refused to leave your side for quite a long time. And eventually Margaret had come and fed it. And she actually Meep is looking larger than you remember her. A week later, here you are, she is actually a little larger.
Like yay big?
Yeah, yay big. In fact, I would say roll 2d4s.
Okay.
And add the result to her max HP.
Thank you! Until she becomes an egg again, right?
Until she becomes an egg again, which hopefully she won't.
Big girl Meep.
Yeah.
Oh, I rolled terribly. Can I re-roll, please?
Do you have anything to...
I rolled 2 1s. No. That's so bad.
What about your, you don't have any reroll?
You don't have any...
Anyone?
I got nothing.
Anyone?
I got
nothing.
You can use bored little mouse.
I got nothing.
Because it seems familiar to familiar. Well, it's not worth any value. It does give you +3 on any roll you wish.
There you go.
Thank
so you get 5.
So you got
That's
5.
pretty good.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Just like your mother took care of Meep while you guys were out, so too does Lily help in that moment.
Thank you very much.
We got some love. People are showing love. Emperor, Bud Patine, Great John, Tyrus Stormblade, Atheist Dad. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. I love seeing those applause, that balloons coming through. The other thing you notice, Fahima, is that while Meep seems to have grown a little bit into maybe a toddler stage of a phoenix.
Terrible twos.
Yes, she seems to be a little hardier, can take a little bit more damage before reverting to egg form. Her time staring at you and intensely trying to get to you through the fire, and simply trying to change that fire in some way. She has learned how to manipulate fire. She can't create it, but she can manipulate it.
Sweet.
So she's got the
Control flames.
Yay!
Nice.
Yay, she can make shapes in
Girl.
fire.
Yeah.
Actually, does she have like a fire weapon? Fire ray.
She does have fire ray, yeah.
Fire ray.
So she can create fire and then change it. It goes by the rules of control flame, and it is a cantrip.
Wow.
And she is growing and becoming stronger and turning into a
So
larger.
cool.
That's awesome.
Yay!
Okay. Sorry, I forgot to mention that earlier.
Minor detail.
Minor detail.
No big
I know detail your familiar is way bigger and
Way
more
bigger,
powerful.
yeah, way cool. So you were saying something?
I was gonna make sure I passed along Eric's message to Margaret and the sisters.
Yes, they are overjoyed to hear that you made contact. She's so happy that her husband, and she has communicated to you also that your words that Bingle is safe again is really the thing that got them through this. You know, they felt the fog lift when the Kopru died, though they didn't connect those two things, they just knew that their brains were their own again, there on the bottom of the sea. And then it was another day, another full night before they heard those words. And in that time, they had their full faculties. They were able to take in the really horrible nature of the situation they were in at the bottom of the sea. They were still forced to do that hideous work, serve Yan Mo and the mage as servants, carry these bodies, put them in bubbles, put them into do all those things, and be even more aware, not being mind controlled, be aware of what they were doing, pretend that they were still mind controlled. And then, the evening after they had been set free, they hear those words, and it meant the world to them. They knew that there was still hope. Yeah. And so, even if they, Margaret says, even if she was gonna die, she knew at least Bingle was safe. So it meant so much to her. Okay, so you guys, some of you wearing your ceremonial garb, others.
Oh, now that I find out how resourceful they are, I'm definitely wearing it.
Okay,
Everyone looks so nice.
Thank you.
Are marched into a much larger structure, but again, everything, stuff sticking out of places, things tied around things, stuff hanging, adhesive, creating this strange cacophony of, visual art all around you. It's all kind of gray and drab, but geometrically so fascinating to see, and you can pick out things and, oh my gosh, look, there's like a rake and a backhoe, and over there it's a wooden cabinet or a piece of a wooden cabinet and the door hanging, and oh my gosh, look, it's all made of these strange things, and they're all, stuck together, and you enter this wonderful place, and you notice as you enter it a smell, a very intense smell hits your nose. And
Sushi?
and you go in, and there is what looks like a cannon on its end. And the cannon itself is smoking. It's like sitting up, and the top is vertical.
Like a cauldron.
Like a cauldron, but much taller.
Yeah.
Because it's a cannon. And there is another one of those kind of contraptions that you saw, like a crane contraption, but a much smaller version of that. And there's a lot of light sitting in it, and he's got a little crank, and it's like made out of a doorknob and a bunch of hinges, and it's got a pulley system that looks like strings of rope tied around things, and it ends in a upside down footstool that has upholstery and a cushion on the top. It looks old and kind of beat up, but it hangs there over the top of the opening of this cannon. And as you walk in, you see it smoking, and everybody's sitting there, and there's a bunch of people all in their little smocks sitting around. Welcome to Nabi Dribift. So happy. The top is kind of a funnel shape, but it's open to the night sky. You see stars appearing in the night sky. And that smell is wafting around. It's very, very intense, wafting up and out. And you sit down, everybody's sitting in a circle, these little creatures all sitting in a circle around, and they welcome you to sit down around them. And you see the little one in the crane, like go and crank the little crank, and the cushion, the footstool goes down into the bottom of the thing. You hear it, and stuff comes out of the top, and it pulls out, and it's got this like milky goop that comes up and out, just absorbed into the cushion of this footstool. And then it comes around and down, and there's a whole line of, a lot of lights holding all manner of things, little helms, anything except an actual bowl. It's all things used.
Improvised serving dish.
Yes. And it comes down and it squishes into the bottom of a helm or a tiny shield or even like just a broken piece of ceramic that doesn't look like a bowl, maybe some side of something turned horizontally with things stuck off the sides of it. Stuff's attached to all of it, hanging off, And the cushion comes down and squishes onto it, and this stuff oozes out and goes into those little bowls, and they pass them around to you, and they hand you.
Fahima, have your prestidigitation ready.
This, these bowls, and you see Babalubu sit down. He's got his crown, and he's wearing his smock. It looks ridiculous. It's actually much too large for him. It kind of goes out. And he sits down and he says, "Friends, welcome to Nabi Drift. We be overtaken by the waves. We be surrendering ourselves to the waves, to the drift of the Nabi. We be go wherever we be our needy David. We be go wherever we be, cabin BB, you be swabble. Cabin we be, live to be saving. We be have a bibbin, you be swabble. To you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for maybe keeping our lives much more even to perhaps living.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What does it taste like?
It's got a viscous, milky quality. Is everybody drinking?
I'm
Yes.
waiting to see what effect it has.
I'm gonna
before
slip
I-
right up.
I'm being gingerly, definitely, but because
Yeah, I'll take
we know
some.
about James's weak stomach. But yeah, I
Elbow
will.
dies in because it doesn't bother him.
I don't want to be disrespectful, so
Really?
yeah.
Can I take a little?
Okay, everybody roll Constitution checks except Civ.
Advantage.
Yes. Fahima, you have advantage from Ravenclaw 93.
Thank you.
James, you have advantage from Snake Master 89.
Thanks, Snake
Ugo, you have advantage from Dresden Dark.
Terrible.
Lily, you have advantage from Lily Double Section.
Thank you, Lily. Don't say it. I needed it.
Oh man. Even with advantage, a 7.
That's an 11.
Straight con, right?
Yep.
Not save. 15.
18.
Wow, show off.
Wow.
Okay.
Strong stomach.
That makes sense.
So,
to be honest.
We have good constitution. We have pretty good constitutions.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm cooking it though, in my mouth.
the two of you throw up a little bit. You're trying to hide it, but
It's very good.
yeah, you're able to. You kind of like throw it up.
Is it like salty or?
Oh yeah, I mean it's salt. It tastes like the sea. I mean it is made from those clams that you saw on the way in,
yeah.
and it is a thick, milky. I mean it's like I don't want to say eating snot, but it's
Snot.
like eating snot.
Sure.
Okay. I'll go.
Yeah.
You swallow it.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah.
And you feel something in your stomach. Then you start to sweat a lot.
Oh no.
It's like an episode of Hot Ones.
And your hands sort of start to feel weird.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And you look at them.
They start to.
Come with me.
Okay.
What?
No.
This is how Uggo gets his secret room?
But a lily
Hey,
loves the
you eat some
lily.
snot, you get a secret room. Who knew?
La la la.
So, Uggo has an experience that he's never had before.
Okay.
You start fading out. The world sort of fades out. Blackness kind of comes from the side, and you don't know what's happening. What is wrong with my mouth? And all of a sudden, you are in another place. You are on a battlefield.
Okay.
You're walking through the battlefield, and there's thick mist around you. And you walk by and you see bodies, orc bodies, face down, spears coming out of the back of them, blood. You're walking, and you see from that mist these bodies strewn everywhere on this battlefield. And then as you keep going, you see a figure standing upright in the distance, a human figure.
And as you get closer, that figure turns to look at you. And you see it is your ancestor. One of the spirits that you conjure every time you use your maul. This huge human holding a sword. And he says, Ugo. I am proud of you.
Yes!
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 You have killed your enemies.
Yes!
You have bathed in their blood.
As you demand!
Yes. We did it together.
Yes!
I helped you.
Yes!
You have used your rage.
Yes!
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 Ugo.
Yeah.
Your rage and your strength is your burden, but you carry it. You use it to protect them.
Yes!
Ugo! Brother!
Brother! Yeah!
And you feel this desire to keep walking. And you walk, and he... and you see him recede in the distance, and you walk more through this mist. Bodies strewn, blood everywhere, flies circling them. This is a thick battlefield with piles of them. And you walk and you see another figure in the distance. A woman, orc. She turns, looks at you, her head shaved. You recognize her as being the second of your ancestors that comes when you summon her.
Yeah.
And she looks and she says, Ugo, I am proud of you. You have used your brain. You have thought through problems.
Wisdom.
Yes.
Wisdom.
You have negotiated. You have talked your way out of problems.
Yeah.
You remember.
Give honor to ancestor.
Yes.
Yeah.
You remember a sheathed weapon is a fight already won.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am proud of you, Ugo. I will be by your side every step of the way.
Sister.
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 And you keep walking through the mist. And the bodies start to thin out. Fewer of them. And you get to a clearing, and there is a huge, almost ogre-sized orc, the third of the spirit ancestors that comes to you when you summon them, when you use your maul, that swirl and cheer every time you attack. Large, bigger than you. Ugo. You love her?
Yes. I am afraid what I am and what we are will hurt her.
Yes.
I fear for her safety. Strength can save, can also destroy.
Yes. Love her. I am proud of you. You feel first.
Must. So many things wrong in the world. Must be fixed. Must show lands that orcs are not monster, but are human. They do not know. We shall show.
Ugo. You can show. With heart. With head. With fist.
With fist!
You must use all three.
I try.
You must remember, Ugo. You love your new family. But your old family, you have unfinished business. Ugo, do not forget them. Ugo, the orcs prepare for war.
I know.
It is bad.
I know. They know. Listen! How I show, how I make them listen. Tell me! Brother! Brother! Raw, if you can hear me, I say this to you. I shall honor ancestors, and you and human mama. They will know what threatens all of them. I'll go out, save family!
And you. Eyes open, and you are sweating and shaking in this tent, and you come awake, and you hear people talking. Abendabbits Wyby, Ibidis even Parbatabent, Tubu. Lily. Come with me.
Do I have headphones on me?
Yeah,
I'm just gonna,
earplugs.
just gonna put in some earbuds real quick.
Stand there. So you also drink from this strange, not a bowl, and this
Little shields.
yes, this milky substance goes down, and you are used to handling beverages that do things to people, but this, you start sweating, and you feel the world kind of get a little wavy, and you all of a sudden are in a different place. You're back inside the knick-knack of doom. And you are in one of the other knickknacks that you were looking out from during that time. Far, far from where you are now. And you see creatures that don't look human. They don't look like beach gnomes. They look almost insect-like, skittering around, moving things. And you feel a sense of fear and foreboding, like you've seen this before, but you can't quite remember it. You know that there's something wrong, there's something bad, and you see a man enter. A man who looks a little bit like Fahima. Like you may be her father. He walks in the room, and he pulls out his sword, and the insects turn and rush at him. And that's when you come out of your vision.
That one was much quieter.
All right. So you guys have thrown up into the bowls. Two of you feel sweating and kind of shaky. The ceremony has continued. You have heard the Lodalites continue to extol the virtue of relinquishing your sense of, your intention and letting the world flow around you and take you where you need to go. We be cabin, arbo, nabo, riblabix, abin lebit the nabi dribift. Tabik, abas where we be needed to baby. To sibi, wabit we be needed to sibi. To nabo, wabit we be needed to nabo. Abalabababas. Carry we on the wabbaders. Brabbit together, baby fabies.
Very nice.
I'm gonna slip my white goo stuff into like a sack or a pouch or a bottle.
All right.
As if I drank it.
Yeah, roll sleight of hand. That anybody catches you do that. You do have advantage, Civ, from Emperor Bud.
Bud
Budbatine, yeah. So,
That would be a natural.
yeah. So this thing is going on. Your friends, two of your friends threw up. Two of your friends sort of, you see them like feeling clammy, and their eyes seem a little unfocused and strange.
It's not the first time I've seen drugs.
Yeah. So
I liked how smoothly you drank from the goblet.
None of the
natural 20.
none of the Lotalites even saw it. It was a very, you brought it up to your mouth, and it was a smooth move.
Cool. I'm gonna save that for a later date.
Okay. So.
Save my secret for later.
Trip to Joshua Tree.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. All right. So this.
Don't pay attention to that, kid. Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Too late, you said it.
Immortalized forever.
The ceremony continues. You see the Lotalites drink. Everybody sort of just relaxes. You see Margaret and everyone smile. And then there's a moment where the Lotalites sing, "How will we be striving to receiving? Will we ever be able to be live to receiving?"
Sing?
Sing?
Yeah, receiving.
Ah.
Lily, that seems to be your area of expertise.
Okay. I will try and collect.
Are you tripping out over
there? Yeah. Yes, I'll sing. I'll sing a song.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, honey, I would love to see
A
that.
little water.
I can.
Oh, my daughter can't handle something she drank. That's the first one I've seen.
Yes.
Can play like
She knows. I learned from her.
We'll tell you about Rosy Cheeks sometime.
She won't be surprised.
Do you want a drum or a tambourine or anything?
Sure. Do you have one? You want to sing with me?
Well, I could conjure one.
Play it.
Great. Which one do you want? Anything.
Drum.
Okay.
Okay, well, this is an oldie, but I wrote this song when I first met you guys, and then I was trying to talk myself out of being friends with you because my mom and dad specifically said, don't become friends with people you're adventuring with because, it's work.
They might die. Oh.
Oh,
Kind
well,
of.
that too.
Seems like a million years ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Glad you didn't listen.
a few days after I met you.
Huh.
Oh no, it looks like we're friends. How you feel about me, well, I guess that depends. I know this is work, we have jobs to do, but that doesn't change how I feel about you. Civ, you were sneaky, but you're also real kind. You got everyone gifts, and you help in a bind. Theme is on fire. Quite literally, she's got hero instincts and a fiery bird meep. James, you're introverted, and you sure like to read, but you're also real smart and you know how to lead. And Uggo, you're strong physically, but you're also in touch emotionally. Oh no, it looks like we're friends. And I'll say this to you again and again. It's me on your side. For you I will cheer. Yes, I want to come to your birthday party each year. So you may think I'm sappy, you may think I'm lame, but you are my friends, and I hope I'm the same.
And the place erupts in cheers. Oh, that's what beautiful! And they all stand up. Oh! Oh! And they're running around, sliding on things. They slide up the side of the wall and down, and it's like this. It's like penguins, like flirting around you with these crazy creatures, all excited and pleased by the sentiment even more than the performance. They
I'll run up
love.
and give you a hug too.
Same.
Thanks, Bahima. Oh, thanks, James. I mean it.
Thank you.
And
I felt like maybe that would be better than singing about our most recent journey based on Uggo's tales he told them earlier today.
Yes, yeah, no, I think that was a good call.
More up. Not that it was bad, but just, you got to balance it.
No, yeah, I mean, truth is hard to hear.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
Yep.
so the night concludes like this. There's joy and happiness and a sense of calm and serenity as the sort of the peak, the climax of this activity of the song recedes into more serene contemplation, and much of the night is spent just kind of sitting in silence, looking up at the stars as it moves slightly, and you feel this entire landmass that you are on move slowly on the water. Not propelled by anything, not with intention, just going where it may, which is the whole point of Night Drift. The Lotolites relinquishing their control and allowing the world to carry them where they are needed.
James hates it.
Fair enough. Lots of show love balloons for Lily. Everybody applauding you as they should.
James is like nervously like twiddling his thumbs and just like tapping his fingers like the whole time.
There's also a force of good for from Twinsen for Lily.
Oh, Twinsen. Okay, you see nothing. Viewer submitted. When you or a party member fails their stealth check, you have an opportunity to roll a DC 15 intimidation check instead, so that the NPC sees nothing.
It's a good card.
All right.
Thank you, Twinsen.
So as the night ends, James very uncomfortable. Each of you having your own sort of experience here.
Yeah.
Finally, puking, right? Finally, the ceremony seems to end. The Lotolites kind of get up, and Baby Lubu comes up to you and says, "Our guests, ladies, sleep wherever you may be. Ours, it is yours. Travis the waves."
Thank you.
Thank you for a lovely night.
And they all sort of leave, and you see them slide into the holes, off. They have like little tunnels that connect them. And you guys are allowed to, are able to go back to the little places where you can bed down. They're tiny holes, or you're able to really sleep anywhere you like.
James, before we go to bed, can I show you some new spells?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, happily.
So is there enough room for us to both fit in a room? Or does this need to be outside?
I think it'd probably need to be outside, especially if you're gonna cast a spell.
Yes.
So James and Beam both died.
I mean, you guys can easily make your way to an area where you have a view of the water sort of
That's
gently
nice.
lapping.
Yeah.
In the moonlight, it's lovely out. It's actually a very temperate night on the sea, and you stand there with this incredible construct behind you, this thing made of other things, and you stand there on the edge looking out at the moon hanging in the sky, reflecting on the water. Maybe James might even be reminiscent of the night you stood on the edge of Bingle, seeing this similar sight, and the two of you are there.
Is the moon different in Iron?
Like compared to our moon?
Yeah, I imagine it's big.
It is big.
Is there more
It is
than
Big
big.
ol' moon.
Big old moon.
Is there more than one?
Twin moons. No, there's one big moon that hangs there.
Fucking moon.
Yeah.
Has Ein written on it.
You are in on.
Property of
Moon of Ein.
Yeah.
Copyright, Jeff
Copyright
Carrara.
symbol.
This moon used with express permission. No. Okay, so you're standing there looking out. Beautiful moment.
What
So I've been watching you do your teleportation thing.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I think it's really impressive.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Watch this.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go and do my benign transposition thing I have now as a conjuration wizard and teleport 30 feet away.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I can just do that now.
You teleport 30 away, and you're like,
Reaction.
yeah, no, I can do that.
Can I awkwardly walk over? I walk the 30 feet. Well, that's very impressive.
Yeah, and actually, I kind of modified it a little bit, so I can actually swap places with people too.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, yeah, that's very handy.
yeah. I figure if I'm, in close distance to someone who wants to kill me, maybe I could I'll go receive in there, and they can.
Yeah, that's absolutely, yeah. I actually, I think I might have something that can help with that too.
Oh,
I look around.
I do too.
So we're on. We're on a thing. We're on just like are there structures around us or anything like that?
Well, you just moved 30 feet, so you're a little farther back from where you were. But I imagine you standing on on the precipice of the sort of the edge of this island. You can see it kind of curves around in front of you, so they're away. But you can look out to the water, and behind you there are structures.
Okay, so there's not much around us.
Yeah, it's a relatively open area.
Okay, cool. And I take your hand. And then I cast Thunderstep.
Love
What
it.
does that do?
It goes boom. Yeah, as soon as you take your hand and you hear this like sonic boom, boom, like this massive sound, right?
So the 10 feet around us goes.
Yeah.
And everyone within 300 feet.
Yeah, you see, you guys reappear. What do you want to reappear?
90 feet back.
90 feet.
Or maybe if there's anything around us, I'll like.
Right, so you appear on top of one of the
Like 10 feet
structures.
up or
Yeah, a little rise on thinking, whoop, boom.
Yeah.
And as you arrive there, you see like a bunch of mole heads.
Sorry,
like
everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Thank you,
Thank you, we will. Thank you.
Wow! Wow!
Yeah.
That's really impressive.
Uncle comes out and goes,
Everything's fine.
okay.
Everything's fine. I'll go.
Heard a loud bang.
Yes. Yeah. All good.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's the wizards being weird.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at you with some respect, major respect. I'm like,
Oh,
okay, I got one more.
okay. Yeah, please.
Ready? Okay. Mape. And she'll kind of just like come to attention on my shoulder. All right, you ready for this? Mape. Great. I'm gonna cast. Okay. Maybe just.
I'll back up. Yeah. No, I
nice,
get a
nice.
sense that I
Yeah.
should back away.
And I'll cast Dragon's Breath on her and have her breathe a 15-foot cone of fire.
Awesome.
And she'll fly up and kind of demonstrate how she can like fly at her full speed and like shoot out this cone of fire.
So this firebird takes up off your shoulder, larger than it has been, slightly larger.
Chicken size.
Yeah, perfect example. Its wings unfolding, burning. It lights up the night, and it swoops around, and then it unleashes a 15-foot cone of fire out.
Over the water.
Yeah, over the water. And again, you see. Oh, Bobby.
And I'll hold up like a scrap of parchment or something so we can light it on fire, and then Meep will use control flames and create dancing shapes of whatever a Meep would do. I mean, she only does simple shapes in her telepathic communication.
Right.
So I imagine she's kind of showing us what that would be in my mind.
Yeah. So she does like a second meep maybe, and then like sort of the rough outline of your face, Fahima. And the flames are dancing and kind of creating a little dumb show, a little.
Yeah. What do you think?
That's incredible.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
I thought maybe, it's a little bit more control than just like a giant ball of fire.
No. Yeah. It's. I can imagine. I'm sure we'll find all kinds of useful uses for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really, I really wish my dad could see this. He'd be really proud of me.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah. I'm getting kind of worried. I don't know where he is, and he's kind of all I have, and I don't know. At least I get to show you this cool new stuff.
I'm very happy to be shown it. Is there anything? Is there anything we can say? Where you said you're from Axbright, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we won't be.
Can you send a message to him?
I think I have to know him. I have to have met him or seen him. It doesn't work that way. I mean, we could send a letter. If this is a symbol, if we're able to put this back together, if we're able to go to Winkberg, I mean, that's actually not even that far.
Really?
A few days, certainly, but
I don't know. I keep trying to send him letters, but he's not responding, and
well, you're hard to find as well.
well, that's true.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay. Okay?
I'm gonna give James a big ol' hug.
As she hugs you, James, you feel a
piece of parchment fall out of your cloak.
Okay.
And it falls and lands on the ground. It's all black, the entire page, completely black. And you see it fall and you notice that Fahima doesn't see that happen. And you turn and you look at this black page that hovers there on the ground. And then black ink appears on top of the black page. And it says, loyalty rewarded for loyalty. And it's there on the ground.
And I don't see this, I'm too busy hugging.
Correct.
I'll send Digit to grab it.
Okay, so your disembodied mage hand comes out of you, snatches it up, and there's more writing on it.
I'll look at it. I'm not now. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the two of you have a hug,
Yes.
part ways.
Give you like an awkward high five afterwards. That's really cool.
I can't wait to see.
Very mean, just like
high five better.
That is some RP.
they're so into character.
Not even acting.
Their high five is actually awkward.
High five with the best of them.
Drinks.
If we are out where there isn't much, I will, I'll break away from Fahima and stay out there for a moment.
And look at the page.
Yeah, I start with that.
So again, black page with black writing on it. Somehow you can see that. And it says, loyalty rewarded for loyalty. And then you see that it seems to be a spell.
Okay.
A spell to summon a phantom steed. That can be ritual cast.
Fascinating.
Wow.
Okay, I put that into my pack. And then I look around, try to make sure no one's watching. And I cast Hunger of Adar.
And this hole in the world opens up. And you hear,
And I'm thinking about this night, thinking about Eric's voice in my head, thinking about Lily's singing, and then I walk into the middle of it.
yeah. And it hurts. You feel it. Whispers all around you. And you take damage.
Yeah.
Come with me.
Oh my God.
Sorry, everybody.
We should have brought headphones.
We need like a bonus.
I'm gonna go.
James Gullis, you have received my gift. I am proud of you. Your devotion deserves reward.
If you ever pull anything like that again, if you ever put these people in that sort of danger again, with me standing in the middle of them like a stick of dynamite with a fuse lit, I will walk away. I will smash my arcane focus, I will burn these books, and I will walk away. Do you understand me?
How dare you?
How dare you? I might need you to fire cool things out of my hands and read people's minds. You need me to be significant. I found you on a bookshelf, inside a dusty book in a footnote.
You have no idea what you tempt.
Then kill me.
and the hunger of Hadar intensifies, and you feel it all around you. You feel swirls and whispers. And it's inside your skin, and it's up under your neck and in your temples and
You
in your
need me
brain.
more than I need you.
And it goes away.
So what happened?
Really?
Not much.
So, you find yourself back on the hunger of Hadar dropped. You have taken full damage.
Yeah,
Yikes.
a lot.
Are you still alive?
Let's see, 2d6 for a minute.
Do you get a saving throw?
For a
or no?
minute? What?
You'd get a saving throw.
Yeah, you get it. Well, I think.
I get a saving throw for the acid damage, not for the cold damage. Yeah, that might not.
Yeah, I mean, 10
So
rounds of 2d6.
you are barely holding on to consciousness. You're on the ground. No one knows you're out here.
Yeah.
And you.
Well, I do.
Yeah, but you've walked away. You thought you had a hug. You left.
Fair enough.
James, you are barely clinging on to consciousness.
Back at the camp, I will be going to say goodnight to my mom and my sisters.
Okay.
And good night.
Darling, you have no idea how long I've waited to be able to kiss you goodnight again.
Same.
Goes and kisses you on the cheek.
All of you, it's so good to see you.
Yes. Yes, Lily, we were so scared.
We were too. We just assumed you were gone.
I assumed we would never see you again. And then, as I saw you burning, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I survived by your light, by your heat. I couldn't get to you, and I didn't know if you'd ever come out of it, but you saved us in so many ways.
And you saved us to help us down there get through that whole situation. So you're heroes too, if you think about it.
Yes, we are heroes, Mom. Oh, shush.
Well, we should all get some sleep, but
Yes.
I just wanted to come say goodnight.
Yes. I love you, darling.
I love you too.
I have no doubt we'll find a way out of here.
We will. We'll get you home safe, and Dad can't wait to see you.
Oh, wait, but do we have to leave the lot of lights?
Well, maybe you could come back. Also, you could leave Bingle. I did it.
I want to see Dad. I want to see Dad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
anyway,
want to see Dad too.
maybe you can make a plan to come back occasionally.
You're so brave, Lily.
You're all brave too. Floating out on the ocean like that for days. Burning fish over your own daughter.
They were delicious, actually. You add a real wonderful spice.
Thanks, come up. Well, should we sing a goodnight song?
Yeah.
Okay. How about this one? This is one of my favorites. How does it go? We are the Dumblestucks, full of love and a lot of luck. We like to deliver cheer with song and dance and a pint of beer. We've always got your back. It's not conjecture, it's just a fact. We are the Dumblestucks, and we're really glad you're here. Good night.
Good night, darling.
And
Good
then
night, sis.
And then I'll pop in to Siv's. Good night, Siv.
I'm not in my little.
Okay. Well,
I'm out walking around.
okay.
I was actually going to say that for the sake of argument, I was going to go for a midnight walk and take the Lotta Light.
So,
But I'm assuming if I'm walking along and I hear the big boom,
Yeah.
and then I would continue walking that direction, I don't know if I would run into unconscious James or demon-possessed James. Or
No, what happened is you heard the big boom, and as you saw all the things, give it down. You saw all that happen.
Right.
You saw Meat fly up into the sky and shoot fire. You'd never seen her do that before.
Sure.
You saw it all happen in front of you as you kind of like out here, you know, looking at this container of milky goop.
Trying to decide if I want to take it.
Yeah, you know, you're just sitting there kind of like looking at the wizards playing their wizard games.
Yep.
And as you kind of like uncork it and think about taking a draft of it, you look over and you see James open a black hole in the world and step into it.
Right. Which I don't know the difference between darkness and hunger of a dog.
Exactly. You've seen him do things like this all the time.
Sure.
But then you see that blackness go away and he collapses on the ground.
Okay. So at that point, I won't take the magic vomit spit salvage mander goop, and then I'll bolt over there.
Salvage Mander surprise.
Just my plan was to go look for Civ. So just to let you know.
There you go.
Looking for Civ.
Yeah. So Civ, you
Poor Lily.
run over and you
guys.
see
Hi, guys.
you see James, and his face has like tendrils of blackness and cold. He's
I'm
freezing to the
shivering.
touch.
Yeah.
You know, he's got even like ice crystals forming between his fingers and on his ears and nose, and he's got, you know, there's no signs of blood or bruising or damage, but he barely conscious, and he's sort of in a heap on the ground, shivering and shaking. And
James? James?
Yeah.
Are you all right? I'm checking him. I don't have medicine or anything, but I'm kind of looking him up and down, trying to figure out if there's any, you know.
you hear James, and you, as you're looking for Civ.
Can I tell the inflection of the?
This isn't typical calm. Civ.
Right. So it's clear.
Right.
I mean, I'm looking for Civ, but if I hear Civ, obviously I'm going towards Civ.
Yeah.
Right.
So you come hurrying over.
And when I see you, I go, Lily. We need Lily now. He's hurt.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And I'll go get Lily.
Yeah. Lily, you have just returned to your little.
I went to everybody's tent and no one was there.
Lily.
Yes, I'll go. There you are. I
I'm
came to
gonna
say
wrap
hi.
him around James.
Soon. There's something wrong with James.
James?
Come.
Okay.
And you go slow, so
Yeah.
I pick you up.
Yeah, okay.
Can I also join this?
Well, I mean, nobody has informed you of this. But maybe, I mean, if you guys want on the way, you know, past, you've been saying goodnight to everybody,
Yeah.
so maybe you'll.
You probably heard me having this interaction with Ugo.
Yeah, I'm not quiet, so.
Sure.
Okay.
Fair enough. Everybody's kind of coming over.
City.
Yeah, right.
Not going to be very quiet.
Rushing over, and you see Civ, his cat fur wrapped around James's body as much as possible. James shivering and shaking, and his head lolling, barely conscious and weak. His arms limp. Civ, his tail wrapped around James, trying to create as much surface area as he can with his fur to warm him.
I'll give him a healing potion.
No.
Yeah,
I'll just touch him and do lesser restoration.
Okay.
Does it work?
I don't know if lesser restoration.
Because it's a condition, right? If he's like,
I mean, he's not technically in a condition. He's not frozen or anything. He's just taken a lot of cold damage.
okay, then I'll do cure wounds at second level, so you 2d8.
Thank you.
I'll hug him and give him heat.
Yeah.
Come on, James. Come on.
Meep as well kind of nuzzles into you, and you feel yourself warm. And as Lily places her hands on you, you feel
Even 15
vigor.
points of
Thank you.
healing.
You feel vigor flood through your veins, and the cold sort of pushed out, and you feel yourself come back
Wait, you
to consciousness that feels a little bit closer. You're still
19
weak,
points of healing.
and you still feel very hurt, but you at least are able to breathe and focus and kind of see all of your friends around, all of the team around you.
What happened?
James.
I left you. I leave you alone for 10 minutes.
I'm all right. I'm
You're clearly not. What happened?
something happened down there in the debrief.
And?
What do you mean something happened?
Lots have happened.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know, but something was going on with the amulet and Squalache, so I was afraid that if I couldn't take the amulet's power because I don't know if it's just petty jealousy. I don't know.
Squalash jealousy?
There was a danger that my power could be taken away. And while we were down there, that meant that gift of the depths, that what was keeping us all breathing down there was gone.
Well, but I don't understand. Your power was being threatened to be taken away.
Correct.
So what did you do to keep it?
I resisted the amulet. I didn't take any help for that entire fight.
This is very bad. There are things that are now stronger than the amulet.
There have always been things stronger than the amulet, Uggo.
Not ones that mess with us.
I don't know.
Thank you. You probably saved all of our lives.
You definitely did.
And I'm sorry you got hurt. Is there anything we can do? Uggo can kick his butt or something.
No, I don't.
Why did you just get hurt now, James?
Because I needed to find out. I needed to...
And did you?
I'm not sure.
All right.
I don't know. But, you know, I mean... This had never been like this before.
Why does Squalash have something over your head? What is it that you stand to lose now?
I mean, everything. I mean, everything I can do, everything that we've been doing together.
James, are you kidding me? You can learn magic. You can. I did. You love learning. You love books. Whatever this is not your life. There are things that mean more than whatever power it is, whatever sacrifice this is. We can burrow our heads into books and learn everything in the library if you want. You have options.
I'm not sure we have that amount of time. Because what you're talking about is going to take years.
Well,
And
years is worth it if it means your life.
And our lives, potentially.
It takes time to walk away from power.
Of course.
So you're just going to have to give James some time to come to a decision.
Agreed.
Respect that.
If James starts being honest with us.
Hey.
Uggo, not the time.
It is the time.
Have you ever had a big bad thing?
Fahima.
Yes.
What?
You always say there's some things you know you can't tell us, right, Uggo?
Yes.
So it's the same with James.
Not when your lives are in danger.
Well, we don't know that you're telling us the truth.
Yes.
So, why should we trust you?
You wouldn't lie
Because
to save
I
our
haven't-
lives? You don't love us enough to lie to save our lives. I think you do.
I would lie to save lives, of course.
That's what James did.
No,
I
don't feel that way.
Okay. I think everybody needs to get some sleep. I think...
This is a discussion we must have. We now know something is stronger than the amulet, and he talks to it.
Yes, Uggo. This is not a time to get mad. He saved our lives.
I understand. And
So?
I respect that.
Good.
I understand power and asking for it and using it for a purpose. But being honest about where your power comes from and whose emotions are in control is important.
Uggo.
I honestly don't know.
That should scare every single one of you.
I think it does.
Maybe I should leave.
No, that is not what I'm asking. What I'm asking for you to do is to be honest with Uggo about the problems you have, no matter how grand and horrible they may be. Without your brothers and family, you will die.
Do you think Squalash would have heard if you had told us about his power over you and told us the truth?
I don't know.
Might he have punished you for it?
I don't know. It was right in the middle of everything. It literally happened right before the battle started. It was as if he picked the time when when it meant the most.
My greatest concern is that if we had not found him, would we know this information now? That is my biggest concern.
It is a good point. I think James should probably be allowed to rest.
Yes.
And think it over.
Yes.
And then we can talk about it in the morning.
Yes. But I want to make clear, I am not afraid or fear for him. What I am saying is, we all have to deal with what he deals with now.
Right.
He is not alone.
We know.
We are with him. Yes, we know. He does not. And he should. Because if you had let us know, you would not be alone when facing whatever Squelesh is. Leprechaun. Don't know. Never seen
I
one.
guess so, yeah, leprechaun.
I think Ugo has a very strong point, but I also think we need to give James time.
I respect and understand and agree. Just need to make sure.
Yes, I understand perfectly.
Yes.
It's not in my practice to share my problems with others.
It's a time.
Yes,
You are no longer alone, and your problems are bigger than you and all of us.
I think we should all take a rest, have a buddy system so nobody's alone at any point, and wake up in the morning and figure this out. All right?
I have had a vision. Ancestors talk to Ugo.
Was this during the ritual with the...
Yes.
Oh, you didn't throw up in your mouths? I thought everyone threw up in their mouths.
Spoke to ancestors.
What happened?
I could still taste it.
What did your
I've
ancestors
been drinking a lot of
say?
water since then.
Faima,
What did it taste like?
I love you, Fahima.
Sushi mixed with vomit, mixed with boogers.
Yeah,
God.
delicious.
Just even
Yeah.
saying that again was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
No, no.
sorry, bad timing.
So,
Anyway.
No,
what did your vision say?
What I have been saying to you. Orcs, they move for war. It is a world problem. They move in mass. They scream. Ancestors scream. Say they are proud of what we do. Say they are proud of family I have made.
Do you trust it?
Yes.
I try to, like I normally do when I'm protecting them, or when I'm trying to get something to focus on me instead of them with the ancestors. So I'm trying to we never really discussed how that works. Like, it's supposed to be a power that that's a part of him.
Yeah.
But he's not a caster, so he doesn't know how to summon these things. He only really summons them.
They kind of come with your
In
road
fact-
rage, right?
In fact, Ugo goes,
I will show you.
Okay.
and then try to
Rage?
Yeah, enrage them and then bring them forward.
Okay.
I do have the new where they're more protective of everyone rather than just trying to get something to focus on me.
Right. So you actually take your maul,
Yeah.
now outfitted with a shark's tooth, swirling magical metal, and you swing it in rage between your friends who stand in a circle, inches from James, right down in front of him. It hits the ground with a thunderous crack, and it hits, shattering bits of boards and things that are, this trash that you're standing on breaks a giant divot, and as you stand there with the maul lodged into the surface of the ground, inches from James's face, your head down, looking at it, your arms tense, your muscles bulging, every ounce of you in pure rage.
Casting mage armor on James. Extra protection.
Three
Oh God.
Three forms stand up behind you. A human, an orc, and a very large
almost ogre size orc. And they stand behind you. And Ugo stands there, face down, just enraged, and the three forms, these swirling spirits, mist coming off of them, stand up, fold their arms, the three of them, boom, boom.
And this is the clearest we've ever seen them before, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've never
And
had
they
them
stand there. You can see through them.
Yeah.
They're clearly spirits, but they stand there, swirling astral energies around them, standing over Ugo, looking at all of you. And he stands there.
Hello.
I'll say an orc. Can you speak?
And the woman, the female orc, the large one, female, large male, orcish female, human male.
Ugo, when he says that, goes, "Save his brother!"
She says,
Ugo speaks true. We're here to help him.
Thank you.
I'll say an orc again. Do the orcs march for war?
War is coming.
and the male slams his sword on the ground, the point down. It's a spectral sword.
War is glorious. War is a last resort.
Giant ogre says,
We will help in any way we can. For Ugo. For Ugo family.
and then they
All right. That was incredible.
Ancestor human. All orcs descend from human.
Okay.
War is already here. We are seeing it. We are bringing it. We take things that bring war with, but we bring.
Right. I remember when I was growing up in Olsvarch and I was hired in the military to be a spy, and the orcs of Thorn and the orcs of Ukdun would wage war with the dwarves in the mountains. And I would oftentimes be hired by both sides. So it only makes sense that if war is coming, that skirmish would just be ignited into a flame.
Add Torval
Right.
and Warden.
Yes.
Make worse.
Yes, because they would be weapons.
Dwarves cannot. They cannot stand.
If one side seemed to be controlling a warden, some
Orcs.
immensely powerful people, that I imagine it would make the other side quite nervous.
Make Ugo angry that they go outside of orc. Ugh.
Do you think they could?
No, I mean, even if they
strong
just
enough?
seem to have it.
Two.
To take on a warden?
Yes.
Or to keep him prisoner.
With cannon. With new cannons.
Cannon.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Oh.
Could we? But even if they were able to manipulate the wardens in some way, it makes sense that they could use them just like the wardens have been used as batteries thus far. The electricity coming off of the Storm Warden and the heat coming off of the Ember Warden. It's as if they're giant banks of
energy.
Right.
Yeah.
That could be tapped.
Like magic.
Correct.
Which one would the orcs want? Or make the most use out of?
Well, the Earth Warden could be used to collapse the caves that the dwarfs live in.
And make giant cannon rock.
Right, boulder. It makes sense to use the wardens as energy or weapons if they were able to control them or manipulate them or even just harness their power.
They will not stop with dwarves.
Right.
They will move south until everything is decimated.
Should we reprioritize then? I mean, even if this portal, even if we're able to reassemble it, that takes us to Winkberg, should we set out and try to save Torvald and to free again the Storm Warden?
Where is Winkberg? I don't know.
Do we have a map?
Near
Is it actually, or I mean, I know we're looking at it, but do we actually have a physical one?
I would say that James probably has one, and maybe even Fahima. You set out from your
a map, y'all.
Yeah, you've seen maps.
It's
You
not
can-
far. It's
Here.
I mean, you guys set out
Right.
from your homes.
right.
It would be fairly
I
reasonable.
will warn you.
It's basically as far from Kippleturn to Turles as it is from Kippleturn to Winkberg. It's just the other
And
direction.
from Turles. Oh, never mind.
So if we went to Winkberg, then we could perhaps go north.
Yeah.
I must warn you. Thorn orcs are,
Ruthless.
yes, more problematic. Worship rage.
The orcs that we encountered with the Storm Warden, they were the Ukdun orcs,
Yeah.
correct? Yes?
Yeah.
So maybe they're the ones who have
When you say
Torvald.
that, he spits. When you say Ukdun, he goes.
Got it.
Sorry,
I'll
Lily.
clean it up.
I mean, I think we may actually have to escort Margaret and your sisters back to Bingle anyway.
Well, I think if we get to Winkberg, we'll have a better idea of how to do that.
Yes.
I think that's our best hope, is to go there,
It's something.
recollect,
Plus-
talk to the person.
I
it's
can
not
also
here.
say
It was Claudiette's final words to us, too.
Yes.
We should honor.
Right, because there's another warden there, in theory.
Do you think she meant there?
Well, she said there was another member of the Natural Order who knew where the next warden was.
Right. Well, I think
ancestors never
gather.
talked to me this way before. They must be worried. And if ancestors worried, means fabric of a reality at stake.
The fabric of reality?
Yes. Here. What we do. No.
What?
Reality. Here. This world.
I think
Not
she knows
other
the
plane.
reality part, but I think she's worried about the fabric part.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh. Like clothes. Fabric.
I think we're
That's something we should probably talk about later.
I think the fact that we are messing around with some very powerful things, making some very powerful enemies,
Yes.
is attracting the attention of a lot of people and things.
That are powerful.
Correct.
I think that's
I
why
have
it's
been.
the first time we've seen something that's more powerful than the amulet, because it's taken notice of us.
Yes.
We are being watched. There are eyes on our back. I have said since you won contest.
And when you say there are eyes on our back, everybody kind of notices that there are a lot of lights looking right at them.
Hello.
And they're like, maybe it's very baby labit.
You're right.
All right, we should.
Maybe have it big, night drift. Every baby bob dee tie bird.
Thank you.
You're right.
Sorry.
Go to bed. Curfew. I think out of respect, we should take a rest,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Back to
Everyone will think clearer in the morning.
Before we go, I love all of you in each individual way. And I would die for every one of you.
Thank you.
I plan on it.
Oh.
Oh.
You didn't have to add that part.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
And with that, each of you makes your way back to your abode, such as it is, ago, having told everyone he plans to die. Nuzzles up in his makeshift open air lean-to. Everybody else kind of gets through their little holes.
I want to try and sneak in and like sleep in James's little thingy, like on the floor.
All right, roll stealth check.
Oh, I'm not stealthing.
You just said sneak in.
Oh, I meant like.
Oh, you
like,
wanna
Can I sneak by yet in the grocery store? You know,
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can go in if.
if you let me.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
So the two of you are in this small little thing with. There's some. It's not super comfortable, but there's some things there that kind of look like it's supposed to be a bed made out of other weird things. And all of you bed down. Go ahead.
I'm probably like trying to wrap as many covers around myself as I can and shivering.
Well, my heat hopefully will also kind of heat the room and Meep.
Thank you.
Sleep tight.
And there's James, as you lay there, Fahima kind of turns away and falls fast asleep so easily with a mind, unconcerned with worry, just happy to be in this place with her bird.
Meep is.
Yeah. And you sit there, feeling the warmth radiating from her, from the bird who is nuzzled up in her hair again. And you turn and you see this strange little place, strange little hovel, this hole in a constructed location built out of bits and bobs and strange, disparate elements. And your eye catches one little part of the wall that seems to be made out of a broken mirror, a shard of a mirror, adhesive stuck to the wall. And you see yourself. And that's where we're gonna end tonight. So, we are still in the city of Scrap, but we've had some interesting revelations tonight, folks. Really interesting episode, and it was fun. I have to thank so many people that have shown love. Fire Wyvern, Fire Virm, I guess.
Fire Wyvern?
Fire Virm.
Fire Vyvern.
It's a fire fan. Excuse me.
Ego?
Cassel, Awkward Chick, Team Dragon 1, and others. Thank you. We appreciate getting those balloons. It is the coolest thing to see applause happening in real time. We're sitting here in a big open space without an audience. But it feels like we have an audience, and when you guys interact with us like that, it's really cool. Man, really enjoyed this episode. Thank you all for being here. I don't know where we're headed exactly next. The team's trying to figure that out. I hope you're with us next Wednesday at 6 p.m. because we're gonna find out. Until then, humankind. Be both.
Man, the YouTube premiere.
To all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. And my respect and thanks to Fragment of Heart _Soul. General Marklar, I've seen that name so many times. Love it. Blue Lantern's Hope, Callie Proudfoot, Burr Ice, Breba, Sorayama, Lulhoro, Stick Addict, Jeebus, that's hard to say, ages 13, D. Donnelly, The Unnamed User, Tony Puppy, Tiger Gamer, Kaibook, whose viewers submitted Force of Good and Force of Evil cards were used on tonight's show. And don't forget, the Dungeon Rundown, the official Dungeon Run after show, airs live every Tuesday night at 6 p.m. Our host, Trisha Hirschberger, sits down with the cast of the show and special guests to talk all things Dungeon Run, from community questions and episode recaps to theories and all the fan art your mortal brains can fathom. The Dungeon Rundown airs right here on caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. Make sure to follow the channel to get live notifications. And, of course, join us for the Dungeon Run next week and every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific, right here as the Dungeon Run continues. Until next week, may the dice roll in your favor.
It started.
As a simple dungeon run.
a simple dungeon run.
Let the dice
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.